this match, and trust you're enjoying our coverage. Right, a most unbelievable finish you have seen for some time. I can watch that one 10 more times.
Welcome to live action from round 4 of the NBL. We are in Melbourne as the Victoria Giants play host to the New Zealand Breakers. Hello everybody, I'm John Casey. Great to have you with us, especially our viewers in New Zealand taking this match live through Sky Sports. We can only hope the Breakers are going to improve on their efforts 24 hours ago. They were humbled in Adelaide by 29 points and they arrive here with the Victoria Giants coming off back-to-back wins. Steve Carfino, the 4-time NBL All-Star, is with me as usual. And Steve, New Zealand last time we had their match were poor, but Victoria, well, they are getting the job done.
Oh, that's right. They're putting points on the board, and I think that was something that weren't able to do last year. They did a great job off-season recruiting some great players. Rob Feaster coming over from the Perth Wildcats. Gary Budnikoff giving them some scoring punch. Also Ben Pepper, if he can turn his form around from last year playing with the Wollongong Hawks, they'll be looking pretty good.
And we're also looking forward to the highest scorer in the NBL so far this season, Adam Ballinger, a new recruit for the Victoria Giants. And I'm sure the Giants in this new venue at the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre are rather relaxed, having won their last 2. They've certainly had a great draw. This is their 4th game of the season, all here at home.
That's right, and there's also a little bit of pressure on them. When you have a great draw, you have to take advantage of that. You have to win those games. Everybody's expecting them to win this basketball game against the New Zealand Breakers, so they got to come out and beat this team in New Zealand. They feel like this is one that they can get.
Mark Wright, the coach of the Victoria Giants, his 2nd season. We asked him a little earlier about his plans in this 2nd season.
You know, it was good to have a season to actually sit down and pick the players that we thought would fit into the program and do well for us. You know, in the long term, we didn't expect instant success, but we certainly hoped the players we brought in would start to improve as the season went on. And so far, we're not disappointed with anybody. Everything's gone to plan, so to speak. Obviously, not the first loss against Brisbane, but we hoped with 4 home games at the start of the season that we would do reasonably well and get off to a good start. So if we were to win tonight, I think pretty much we're on track.
They only won 9 matches last year, so a 3-1 start, well, they'd be very happy with that.
Very happy, but also they went out and got the players, so they're expecting to win. Go out there and get the players, the expectations high, and there's a difference in playing when you're supposed to win and then when you go out there and just pick up one every now and then.
Well, what can we expect from the New Zealand Breakers? Their match in Adelaide 24 hours ago was one-way traffic. Their coach, Jeff Green, we've spoken to him a little earlier, and they do have some pieces to pick up. There's Casey Frank. He will suit up and play in this match, but will not start after suffering an ankle injury last night in Adelaide.
I think one thing that they need to do is they need to establish the intensity for a full 48 minutes. One thing they have to be able to do is shoot the basketball with pressure, but also defensively, they have to cut down on teams' easy baskets. That's putting a lot of pressure on their offense. I think if they're able to do that, they'll be in this basketball game tonight.
Well, they won on debut at home against Adelaide. They've now lost 4 in a row, and we asked Jeff Green about the morale. How's he keeping this team up?
No, it's not hard because, like, you know, we knew it's going to be difficult. So, like, you know, we take every game as it comes. We work hard on the things that we need to do to compete in this league. And, you know, once we've got our full squad, I think, you know, you'll see a marked improvement in our play.
And that marked improvement might even arrive next week for the New Zealand Breakers. Their next appointment, a home match against Cairns. And we understand that Pero Cameron, their captain, and an All-Star 5 member from the World Championships, is going to suit up for them, and he can't get back quickly enough for the New Zealand Breakers. It's been a tough road for them. As I mentioned, in Adelaide last night, they were pounded, finishing 29 points behind Adelaide, and that was after the 36ers ran their bench for the last period. Good to see Dusty Reichart back in Australia and doing good things for the Adelaide 36ers, and the return to form for Brett Maher. But speaking of form, the Victoria Giants, their form has been good as well. Mark Wright told us that they lost their opening match here against Brisbane. They actually led it 3/4 time before dropping the match. Have since beaten Cairns and Hunter by 16 points. And one of the reasons that they're off to a great start is the form of Adam Ballinger. He had a 40-point game, including 5 threes against Cairns here 2 weeks ago, and a great product of MSU, Michigan State University. And we asked him a little earlier about the difference from a college lineup into the NBL.
Yeah, you know, it's a system. Michigan State, you know, where I played, had good times and bad times, but I'm glad to be out here and just kind of, you know, Mark lets us play, and it's helped me a lot.
There's Adam Ballinger again. Big things are expected from him. Top scorer in the league, top 10 in rebounding, three-point shooting, field goal shooting, and number 4 in blocks. So he has a big reputation to live up to. The first televised match here for the Liberty Giants. And for the New Zealand Breakers, well, while they come in undermanned without Pero Cameron, without Ben Melmoth, Casey Frank is injured, and it's the likes of Dylan Boucher who are going to have to stand up. He's won 6 championships in New Zealand, Dylan Boucher, and he is going to have to lead this team and do a good job of it. We spoke with him just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, you got to. I mean, every guy on the team's got to step up now with our 2 big guys out. But that's just basketball, you know. We know we're going to have injuries, and you just got to play through it. And we can't use that as an excuse for losing. You know, like I say, we've got to get back on track now, and there's no time to wait for these guys to get back from injury. It's got to happen right now.
Promising signs for the Kiwis. They had 7 players in double figures in Adelaide last night, but obviously not getting enough done. Their top scorer, Blake Truslove, had 16 points before fouling out in just 19 minutes, and he'll be up for another big night as well.
Well, I think, Case, that they're going to have to just get used to the intensity that this league plays with as we check out the starting 5s for both of these teams in the front court. For the Victoria Giants, Rob Feaster, and he said his shooting touch has been a little bit off, but the rest of his game is starting to slowly come. The guy that's been making up for it is Adam Ballinger. He has just been on fire, and you see his points per game. That's a big, big number right there. And Ben Pepper, he had a very off season last year, but he's a big guy, and he's a big banger, and he likes to work hard. In the backcourt, very good one. Nathan Crosswell does a lot of good things. He rebounds very well for a guard. And Gary Budnikov looking to get more of a green light this year now that he's away from Brian Gorgon.
And for the New Zealand Breakers, here's Dylan Boucher, Brad Williams, and Yona Inosa is the newest face, replacing Ben Melmoth, and Aaron Olsen and Phil Jones in the backcourt. They will have a lot of work to do. Here's the benches for you. Robbins, Carter, Blake, Flynn, Buer and Smith for Victoria. And New Zealand have Lindsay Tate, who played with Victoria last season. Winatana Hanari, who was none of 6 from the field against Adelaide last night. Blake Truslove.
Here we go.
And Power Winatana.
Let's go, John fans.
Set to go from the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. It's round 4 of the National Basketball League. The home team get off to a brilliant start inside 4 seconds. Nathan Croswell nails the jumper and draws a foul.
That's a good way to start off at home. Very aggressive tip for them. Crosswell, who's very good around the basket, good around the paint. Just kisses one off the window.
And Croswell stepping out of the shadows of Darryl McDonald, who quarterbacked the Victoria Giants last season, and what a start he has had to this season. Croswell, a career-high 28 points against Hunter a week ago. And also doing very well, averaging 9 assists per game to be number 2 in the NBL, just behind Ricky Grace. The New Zealand Breakers go to Phil Jones early, off the front of the rim, and coming in over the back, Gary Budnikov collects the rebound, but did it illegally, shoving Dylan Boucher out of the equation.
A wide open look for Jones. Look at this, just wide open. He's not going to miss too many of those. And Boucher doing what he does best, just crashing the glass. Very active.
New Zealand has had big problems from long range so far this season. Now just 21 three-point attempts from 84 shots as Brad Williams gets their scoring underway.
And he's going to, in that matchup with Ben Pepper on that particular play, he is just going to have to try and take him away from the basket. 2 big men slugging it out right now.
And Steve, I mentioned their three-point shooting percentage because it is a real problem for them at the moment. They're getting nothing from long range. As I mentioned, they've hit 21 threes in 5 games. Matt Campbell's hit 19 by himself for Wollongong in the 5 games. So that goes to show you how skinny they're looking from long range.
I think the fact that they're so skinny in their interior, opposing teams can put a lot of heat on them out on the perimeter.
10 on the shot clock as Ben Pepper goes to work here against Yona Inosa. Down to the baseline firing. A foul is being called on the big man. Inosa picks up his first.
Well, that's a foul right there. There was always going to be a foul. Right in front of the referee, just bodying up in front of him. Look at this right here, just bumping with the body and then got his hand on the way up.
It was his second foul, in fact, Steve, for Inosa. Averaged 12.7 rebounds in the NBL in New Zealand last season, playing with Jeff Green's Waikato, who of course lost the grand final in overtime to the St. Lawrence Saints. Ben Pepper, after spending time with Victoria, then going to Wollongong, and now he's back. Well, he seems to be enjoying playing with the Victoria Giants once more. 3-point buffer once again, and pressure on the New Zealand Breakers. Here's Phil Jones working baseline, attracted plenty of attention, and Ballinger and Pepper between them worried him out of the points. Here's Enosa from close range coming up with his first points.
And that's what he's going to have to do. If he's going to be in the lineup, he's going to have to be a force down there and create things close to the hoop.
Ballinger firing from long range. Little lap of honour, and Ben Pepper reaching in over the back of Yona Enosa has picked up the foul.
Very good block out. And Pepper was the only one really on the glass for the Giants. And here's another look as Ballinger's three just rims out. Look at that, Pepper, the only one there for the Giants.
Brad Williams with the ball carrying duties now off to Aaron Olsen. They go inside. Boucher behind the back. Slow pass. Did not get to Phil Jones in enough time. Croswell got a piece of it, knocked it onto Phil Jones, and out of court. Victoria win possession.
It wasn't a great pass, but I also thought that Jones should have come to meet the ball. Just little things like that are just making it tough for them on the offensive end.
Plenty happening off the ball as well as Croswell dances into the paint off the window, can't finish. Pepper had it, lost it to Aaron Olsen. They were teammates for Auckland 2 seasons ago, and here comes Olsen back the other way to Brad Williams, looking to penetrate, reaching in. Croswell deflected it. It spills now back to Olsen. They reset the shot clock there when they really didn't need to. As Brad Williams shows them some tricks and draws a foul. He's off to the free throw line, and Ben Pepper in the vicinity. The foul is going to be called on Feaster.
Couple of good possessions for Brad Williams and New Zealand. One thing he's doing is he's catching the basketball and squaring up, and that lets him utilize his speed. You know, when you got a big guy on your back, you're giving away a lot of kilos, you don't want to bang with him all night. You want to go to your strengths.
Brad Williams averaging 11.6 rebounds. He's the most experienced player in this Breakers lineup in terms of NBL matches. And they need his experience in the absence of Ben Melmoth. And we wish a speedy recovery to suffering with that thigh injury. 2.5 minutes played, opening quarter action as Croswell looks for Ben Pepper. It was a poor pass picked off by Blake Truslove. Olsen, well, his pass to Boucher set him a task. He was equal to it. Phil Jones, a little more spring in his step on this occasion. Reverse layup wouldn't fit though. And Dylan Boucher banging bodies against the tallest timber in the NBL and did an excellent job to find Truslove baseline, whose finish was equal to the challenge.
Well, no doubt New Zealand get after it on the offensive glass. Victoria just going to have to do a better job of blocking out.
Breakers have scored the last 6 points here. They lead by 3 as Pepper surveys the options, looking to dump it to Rod Feaster. Takes 2 on. Tough shot, wouldn't work for him. Brad Williams doing it at both ends of the floor for the New Zealand Breakers. Wants to take Croswell on. Bams him out of the way. Coast to coast. Couldn't finish it though. Truslove with a piece of the action, but it spills now to Croswell. Ballinger has Feaster in support. You always give it to the captain.
Gave it to him nice and early too. Drew the defense. Gave it to him nice and early. No doubt about that one being a deuce.
Phil Jones guarded by Rookie of the Year from last season, Gary Budnikov. Now it's Truslove beyond his range. Boucher joins in. Single numbers on the shot clock as Phil Jones puts it on the floor. The wraparound pass to Truslove was a good idea, and Truslove's finish was even better.
Sure was, Case, because that was a pretty bad pass for him to gather up and threw it at his feet. A good job of getting a 2 out of that.
Croswell getting past Aaron Olsen, confronted by Truslove, but he finishes it off in style. 5 points in the match now for Nathan Croswell, who leads all scorers, but the Breakers have a 1-point edge. The ball spilling out of court off Gary Budnikov. Breakers will restart. Almost 4 minutes played in the opening term as Dylan Boucher does the honours to Phil Jones. Guarded by Ben Pepper in something of a mismatch. Now Truslove works his way to the rack, but they go to Boucher. Brad Williams turn around on token defense, and he helps himself to another 2. Now a foul's called on Dylan Boucher. His first personal, 4th team foul on the Breakers in this opening period. Victoria has committed 3. The Breakers do commit 28 fouls per game, which is the most in the NBL, an average of 7 per quarter. So they're really giving up free throws to every team they play, Steve.
Because they're so small, if they don't play with all that intensity out there and maybe hack around a little bit, try and make some things happen. After Budnikov knocks that 3 down, they don't make things happen, then if in the half-court sets, they're going to get beat with lack of size.
Locked at 12. 4.5 minutes played in the first period. And Croswell all over Aaron Olsen, the Canadian-born Kiwi. And he puts his shoulder down hard to the hoop. Continuation is waved away. Points will not count. And Jeff Green, the coach of the Breakers, not particularly thrilled about the scenario. Ian Watts with the goal.
Just trying to turn the corner. Nathan Crossell with no position. You know, that could have gone the other way too, because he dipped that shoulder. And even if the other player, if the defender doesn't have position, you can get pinged for one when you drop that shoulder on a drive.
Minatana into the match. It's Paulie Hanari, who slashes hard to the rack. The ball spills free and out of court, and coming up with the ball will be the Victoria Giants. Hanari trying to make amends for his performance last night in Adelaide. He was none of 6 in the match, none of 3 from long range. Picked up 4 assists. Here's Nathan Croswell going solo unsuccessfully, and Hanari with the rebound. Appeared to be a double dribble violation when unwhistled. And Boucher keeping that alive, tumbling out of court. The continuation waved away. Victoria will come up with possession. Well, New Zealand has taken 13 shots in the match for their 12 points, 38%. Victoria 4 of 8 at 50%. Crosswell off to Ballinger. And back in his direction. Now it's Pepper working against Blake Trusler. Couldn't finish it off. Loose ball spills to Ballinger. He goes hard to the rack, gets the job done and draws a foul. Aggressive work rewarded for Alan Ballinger.
Well, he just made that play happen. We're talking about the lack of intensity by Victoria, not on that possession, as Adam Ballinger gets a good strong rebound and a finish.
First points in the match for Adam Ballinger, born in Indiana. Came up short off the front of the iron. And the Giants have scored the last 5 points to retake the lead. 17 on the shot clock for the New Zealand Breakers. Aaron Olsen to restart. Antonari. Went to the Olympics in Sydney with the New Zealand All Blacks. Here's Casey Frank into the match. Now Brad Williams joining in. 5 on the shot clock. He pulls the trigger, can't make it fit. And Ballinger the rebound. Off to Rob Feaster. Pepper quickly up the floor. Budnikov joining in. Feaster decides to take them on. Pass finds Ben Pepper available, and Brad Williams is forced to foul.
Strong drive, and look at this dish, just aware where the D is. Whoop, just quick pass to Ben Pepper. I thought he could have just caught that and quicked it up. And with a missed free throw. Now I'm really thinking that. You know, big men are taught to, you know, if they don't feel like they're got their legs on it, take that big, quick power dribble, then go up strong.
Casey Frank puts it on the floor. Shut down by Ballinger, appeared to travel. No whistle forthcoming despite the groans from the fans. Here is Casey Frank once more. Trusler takes them on. Ballinger rejected the shot. Now Feaster off and running. Good defensive work from the Victoria Giants. Croswell looking to penetrate with the left hand. Couldn't finish it off. And Trusler prevents Ben Pepper from getting the rebound. Olsen has Hanari available. Uses him now. Back to Olsen, who penetrates. Good job again from Ballinger to force him into a tough shot, but he stays with it. Olsen feeding Hanari. It was long overdue and comes up with the triple.
And I'm glad he took that shot, because he pump fake, had a wide open 3, gave it to Olsen, who wasn't open. And good to see him hit that one. Maybe that'll get his confidence going after last night's performance.
Crosswell picks up the dribble. The pass was an ambitious one. Really didn't give Ben Pepper an opportunity. And Croswell gets a seat on the bench.
This is Victoria getting after it on the defensive end. Going hard. Good move by Trusla, but sometimes the The D is better.
Olsen finding a nervous Paora Winatana. He puts it on the floor against Feaster. Continuation won't count. Feaster picks up the foul. 5th team foul on Victoria. Free throws to come. Greg Blake will check in for the Victoria Giants, playing with his 4th NBL team. And Rob Feaster, the new captain who crossed from Perth in the off-season, gets a rest. He's coming back from injury as well. Paora Winatana gets to the free throw line for the New Zealand Breakers.
Took a week to put it up.
And the Breakers getting to the free throw line more than any other team in the National Basketball League so far this season. Winatana becomes their 5th scorer in the match. Likewise, Victoria has 5 scorers. And it's a 3-point lead in favour of the Breakers. Reece Carter with his problems getting it across the halfway line. They took 7 of the allotted 8 seconds. This pressing D from the New Zealand Breakers. Buer backs outside where Greg Blake is loitering. Now it's Ballinger inside Casey Frank, firing unsuccessfully. Loose ball spills out of court. The Breakers will get possession.
Nice zone. Nice little zone. Really aggressive, getting to the shooters, making them make some plays.
Olsen. Now Tanari, guarded by Reece Carter. He won a gold medal with the Australian under-19 team at the World Championships. Fans wanted a travelling violation called on Aaron Olsen as well. But with just over 4 minutes left in this opening period, the Breakers have done a good job to restrict Victoria to only 14 points, while mustering 17 of their own. Blake in traffic. It's swatted out of his hands by Winatana, who's after him again. Here's Ballinger ready to shoot the ball. Way off the mark, came up short. Casey Frank with the rebound. And happy to do the ball carrying duties as well. Hanari has hit 1 3, not on this occasion. Casey Frank disposed of off the ball. Whistle provided here by Tim Mills. More free throws to come as Ballinger picks up his first.
In the back.
Well, it looked like he really killed him initially.
Casey Frank gets to the free throw line for the New Zealand Breakers. Interestingly, New Zealand had 8 players get to the free throw line in Adelaide last night. Casey Frank wasn't one of them. But the Breakers now enjoy a 5-point lead. They've scored the last 7 points here. And serving it up to Victoria, who have the answers through Gary Bubnikov.
That's how you get after pressure. Reece Carter doing a good job getting to the paint and finding the open player.
Now harassing Paulie Hanari. Got a piece of the action as well. Ball spills out of court. 12 on the shot clock now for the New Zealand Breakers. Reece Carter was a teammate of Andrew Bogut's. Was Bogut the MVP at the Under-19 World Championships, and in his first match for Utah in pre-season, he's come up big. 12.6 rebounds, 5 assists in 30 minutes for Andrew Bogut. Hanari with a tough shot, couldn't make it tumble. Winatana gets an open look, it wouldn't work either, and Reece Carter behind the back, lobbing the ball to Ballinger, who it's rejected from behind, but it was done illegally after the backboard. Athletic work though by Casey Frank.
Again, good penetration by Reece Carter. And a nice touch pass too.
Let's go, Villains. Crank it up.
Giants have scored the last 5. They've locked it at 19, less than 3 minutes away from the first break. Casey Frank firing from long range off the front of the rim. Bubnikov with the rebound, and he's certainly picked up in that area. It's defensive work. Here's Ballinger against Casey Frank. Shows him some tricks. Eventually worked a path beyond him, but it was a tough shot. Couldn't finish it off, and now Casey Frank goes behind the back. Poleaxes Reece Carter, and a charging foul has been called on Casey Frank.
No way that ref has the angle to make that call. No way. He's sitting over here. No way. That's a bad call. He's out of control, but yeah, don't try and be funny when you're wrong either. I mean, I thought Casey Frank should give the ball up and run his lane, but the ref on the side of the court shouldn't be making that call. He can't see whether he's got good defensive position or not.
Well, Greg Blake does have the ability to switch it on very quickly indeed. The Giants have scored the last 7 to retake the lead, and that was after New Zealand had scored the previous 7. A seesawing affair from the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. Here comes Reece Carter. Take off and the finish.
Well, he's having a handy game. Got his hand on that one as well.
That's a much improved player from the one that we saw last season. And now an offensive foul, another, has been called on the New Zealand Breakers.
Just getting tangled up with Nathan Crosswell, who's doing a good job down on the block, very physical. Jones just got a little frustrated, retaliated with a hook and got caught.
The timeout called by the Victoria Giants, 94 seconds away from quarter time. The Giants on the back of a 9-0 run now lead by 4 points. And the Kiwis have racked up 8 fouls in this first period, one above their season average, which is the most in the NBL. It's a steep learning curve for the Kiwis. Let's see if we can listen in with Jeff Green.
We got away from what got us to where we were. Silly things, silly mistakes. What did I tell you? We needed to build. We had a 5-point lead. We needed to build. We took 2 quick shots. We turned it over twice. And now we're down in a hole with 4. That's what I'm talking about, guys. You have to use this. Try using this for once and we might get there. You understand? We just can't afford to be silly things. Let's go. Grab the ball and let's go. Come on.
Yeah. Defense. 1, 2, 3. Defense.
The Victoria Giants have gotten good mileage from their bench. Reece Carter's coming to the basketball game. Very active hands. Look at this steal as he pops the basketball away. This is his only basket, but he's been running the break, got a couple of assists, a steal. When you get you guys coming off the bench and producing like that, you're going to have a good night.
One of 7 scorers for Victoria in this opening period as they use Feaster down low. Now he gives it up to Nathan Croswell in a confined space. They forced him into error. Good D coming from the New Zealand Breakers, and now they look to run. Hanari finds Winatana ready to go. Shut down by Blake. Here's Phil Jones, who appears to have a bee in his bonnet about something at the moment. Rejected by Feaster. And now it's good work from Buer. Feeding Feaster. Has options on both wings. The pass was a poor one, though, and New Zealand have scooped it up. Back the other way we go. Less than 60 seconds left in this first period. Yona Inosa down low. Uses Phil Jones from close range. Could have done better. Brad Williams should have done better. They've got another opportunity here out of court. And again, that will have the frustration levels of their coach, Jeff Green, rising.
That's frustrating because they made the adjustment to the intensity that the Giants have picked it up in, and then they didn't get that cheap one. That hurts.
Whistle off the ball provided by Michael Aylen. More free throws to come for the New Zealand Breakers. 7th team foul on Victoria in this opening period. So 15 fouls have been blown in this match so far as Feaster sits down, replaced by Ben Pepper for the last 40 seconds.
Well, New Zealand looked 10 times better than the last time we saw them in Wollongong, that's for sure. And I think that when you have to play without your stars and your star big men, you really have to lift your game. And all of the New Zealand Breakers have. So when they do come back, it will be a better team once their bigs get into some good form.
15-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. There's Nathan Croswell. The top of the key, guarded by Hanari. Wants to take him on. Hanari has fouled him in the process. Got plenty of ball, but it was done illegally.
I don't know if he got him on the arm. Look at this. He gets... Well, whenever you drive that hard and you lean in, you get the contact, there's a good chance you're going to get into the line. Crosswell, very underrated about getting to the rim. He can get to the rim. I don't think last year or in previous years he just ever had that much court time and responsibility to do it night in and night out, which that's what it takes to be able to finish once you have the ability to get to the paint, to be able to finish when you get to the rim.
Let's go, Village.
4-point lead for the Victoria Giants. They've never led by more in the match as we go for the last play of this opening period. Phil Jones fall away baseline, fills it up, does Phil Jones. His first points in the match after missing his opening 5 shots. Here's Reece Carter, liking to draw a foul, but unable to do so with a quarter-time buzzer in the background. And at the end of one, it is a tight ball game with the Victoria Giants leading by 2. Victoria 24, New Zealand 22.
Could have gotten a better one than that. I mean, looked up, saw he had 7 seconds on the clock, slowed down. You know, you better, if you're going to slow down with 7 seconds left, you better get a good one. War in the paint. And this is the frontline starters for both of these clubs. And look at the numbers, Case, and the points difference right there. Well, everything, really. 59 points per game from the bigs, and that doesn't hurt that Ballinger averages 30 points a game. That's a pretty good clip right there. But I think they're gonna, that's the advantage that they're gonna have, rebounding as well, and also block shots. And 2.7 and 2.1 is a pretty big difference when it comes to blocking shots. But it's just the point production. And you know, let's keep in mind that New Zealand is missing their star performer, Pero Cameron. He's just won everything you can possibly win in New Zealand. And also Ben Melmoth, who's playing great for him in the preseason.
Run it for speed, all right? You're going to be up the top, Booty, you replace him. You run the top, you run the split. You're going to get picked. Before the pick comes, this guy step out, you guys stay out. You come in here and then just pin inside. Give you a second, all right? Defensively, you know, we're still giving up 3 and 4 possessions on offensive boards. It's just crazy. And you're seeing standing out, standing out, standing out. We've got 2 guys contesting with 3 of them on the offensive boards. It's bullshit. We've got to have people, and I don't give a shit if it gets tipped out here. We'll close that out. Get your ass in the paint and come up with the loose balls, because that is killing us. Killing us.
12 offensive boards are killing us.
How many?
12 offensive, 23 to 9 on the boards.
12 offensive boards in a quarter. It's a joke. Get that fixed up right now. That's keeping them in the game. Let's go.
Yeah, he's not happy. 12 offensive rebounds in a quarter is a lot, though.
Well, we only have them for 10 at the moment, Steve, but safe to say that it's an equation that Mark Wright is entitled to be disappointed about.
That's right. He is right. If they cut that out, New Zealand is not in the basketball game. But you got to give New Zealand a lot of credit for, you know, a team that can find a way to stay in basketball games when they're not shooting the basketball well is a good team. You know, and like I said, they are 10 times better when we saw them in Wollongong, and I think it's just everybody has accepted the extra responsibility and they're getting after it.
And again, their problems from 3-point territory are haunting New Zealand, 1 of 7. With Paulie Hanari nailing his opening 3.
And once again, Case, I think it's because they don't have that interior threat. The defense doesn't have to respect the fact that they have to send double teams and then guys closing out on shooters. They're just sticking to these shooters and they're having to shoot tough shots.
Possession arrow with the New Zealand Breakers to get us underway here. Term number 2. Aaron Olsen running the point, guarded by Nathan Crosswell. Shot clock hasn't started here yet. Scoring bench need to get onto that. As Enosa dances into the paint, was pushed in the process. They're going to wave the points away.
Foul did occur. Good strong move by Enosa. Watch this. And they had to call it on the ground, because if they didn't, he would have gotten called for a travel. They shuffled those feet after he was bumped.
Iona Enosa, championship winner with Auckland. Grand final MVP as well back in 1999. Here's Phil Jones against Gary Budnikov. Found a way past, and nice soft touch. That's the international flavour we've been expecting from Phil Jones. Again, a tied ball game. Early stages. Term number 2. As Budnikov gets some treatment from Phil Jones. 12 on the shot clock. Feaster inside Boucher, but his second effort was outstanding. And Brad Williams getting down and doing a great job for New Zealand as well. Here's Phil Jones feeling it at the moment. Couldn't finish it off though. And Blake feeds Croswell. Feaster ahead of him. But Croswell needs help and gets it from Blake. Now it's Pepper. Banging bodies with Yona Enosa. Back to Greg Blake. Good hands from Boucher, deflecting it a long way from the hoop. Shot clock down to 4 for Nathan Croswell. What has he got for us? Flat looking three, wouldn't tumble. And Phil Jones the rebound off to Aaron Olsen. 90 seconds done, term number 2. Tied ball game. Yona Enosa steps away from Ben Pepper. Now wants support provided by Dylan Boucher. Single numbers on the shot clock as Phil Jones pulls the trigger again unsuccessfully. Pepper providing a big body for Victoria, but Brad Williams wins it back for the New Zealand Breakers, and Mark Wright will be shaking his head even more. They've scored the last 6, New Zealand, to take a 4-point lead.
Well, they're shooting 29% from the field and 11% from the three-point line. That's the only way they're staying in the game.
Yona Enosa with the rebound. Off to Brad Williams. He's looking fatigued to me. Early stage of this second period. Olsen hard to the rack. Adds another 2. An 8-zip run from the New Zealand Breakers. And Adam Ballinger about to be injected back into the match for Victoria.
Timeout. 2 Giants.
9:49 left on the clock, so we've played 2 and a bit minutes of this period, and it's been one-way traffic. Victoria has not added to its score. The Breakers, a 6-zip start to term number 2. They lead by 4.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous that we cannot box out and we can't come up with defensive boards. That's 14 offensive boards so far. 10 points off second efforts. Okay, we are going to come up with every fucking board now. This is a joke. And we'll run. You are playing very, very haphazard and soft right now. You know, we don't leave Jones to help down. You stay there, okay? Cannot let these guys get off. Transition, falling over all the time. This is bullshit. Off a second game right now, look like you guys just trailed your ass back from Adelaide. Now you start working here defensively. Push the ball at the floor. Make good decisions. 6 seconds to go. You put it on before you get to the rack. Or you dish to someone inside. Don't settle for that. Execute your offenses right now. Run triangle, dribble, run. Here we go. Let's go.
Well, Casey, we thought he was mad last time out. He just lifted the intensity as well. But really, New Zealand have lifted the intensity, getting some cheap baskets through their effort. Not just second effort on the glass, but getting it out and running. They're confident now. Brad Williams does a good job of locating Aaron Olsen. He gets right to the open area.
Suggestion that Victoria may have taken this one a little lightly. Let's see what they come up with now. Shot clock into single digits. Looking for their first score of this period, and none of 2 so far. Down low, Ballinger needs help. Greg Blake from the car park. Deep on the rim, Phil Jones got a piece of it. Feaster and Boucher go at it. And Boucher again, invariably in a 50-50 situation, Dylan Boucher will come up with something.
And he plays with great intensity. Also got a great nose for the ball, too. You know, talk about players anticipating where the ball's going to be. He's great at that.
Olsen against Croswell. Good battle. 10 seconds on the shot clock as Boucher gets it. Now he looks inside. Brad Williams spinning on Rob Feaster like he was nailed to the spot. And Brad Williams adds another 2, the first player into double figures. Problems continue for the Victoria Giants. The Breakers have now scored the last 10 points. 3 minutes played in this period. Victoria yet to score. Here's Olsen going hard. Has help. Phil Jones is fouled by Greg Blake. First personal for Blake. 9th team foul overall on Victoria, including 2 in this period.
Is a foul. And of course, we'll take some break. Miss Carter back into the game.
They have just lost how they were doing it. And they're, even though they were never great on the defensive end of the floor, they lifted the intensity. A couple of bounces go New Zealand's way, and then the intensity drop, and New Zealand's confidence is up.
Only 2 starters on the floor for Victoria. Their captain, Rob Feaster, sits down. And Budnikov out on the floor at the moment, along with Adam Ballinger, the only two starters. We're a Victoria team that's at 6s and 7s at the moment. Phil Jones came up short. Good hustle from Enosa to keep it alive. Brad Williams thought he was fouled. Could not get a call initially. And now the whistle provided by Ian Watts. Third team foul on Victoria. We played 3.5 minutes of this period.
In case that possession right there is a true indication of how New Zealand have been successful. They have had all 5 guys getting after it. Even when they were fouled, Brad Williams thought he was fouled, but he did not slow down on attempting to finish that play.
3-on-1 fast break for the Giants. Blake hard to the hoop, a little too hard, in fact. Points will be waved away here. An offensive foul is going to be called on the Victoria Giants. Greg Blake picks up his second, 4th team foul on Victoria in this period.
That's an attempt to let this game flow. Felt that that was a charge. If it goes in, it counts, but if it doesn't, he's taking him out of the play, and New Zealand is disadvantaged with only having 4 guys in the play.
Boucher, baseline. Ballinger's second effort rejected the shot. It spills to Phil Jones. 2 pieces of the rim. Brad Williams, another offensive rebound, and Yona Enosa almost added to his tally. But it's Buer. Boucher after him, getting a good piece of the action as well, much to the disappointment of Dave Buer. Here's Reese Carter, guarded by Olsen. Picks up the ball, needs help. Ballinger provides it. 7 on the shot clock for the Victoria Giants. Ballinger needs help. Buer provides it. 2 on the shot clock. He draws a foul on the New Zealand Breakers, and Buer is off to the free throw line. And Brad Williams, his 3rd foul, has some problems.
Some blocked shots in this basketball game tonight. As Boucher goes to the hole, and the trail man is Ballinger, gets a piece of that. Top 10 in block shots in the history of Michigan State University. That's a pretty good school, considering he played in 3 Final Fours during his stay at Michigan State. So they're a very good program.
Managed to win one as well.
That's where Magic Johnson went.
And Dave Thomas now with the Melbourne Tigers. Mike Chappell, who in fact between them convinced Ballinger to come to Australia. Dylan Boucher baseline unsuccessfully. Blake Truslove had it knocked out of his hands. Way short, but the shot was Faora Winatana. And Victoria come forward, still looking for their first field goal since quarter time. We've played almost 5 minutes of this term. Ballinger banging bodies with Blake Truslove. He steps away from him, couldn't finish it off, and Aaron Olsen over the back of Dave Buer for the rebound. New Zealand killing Victoria in the rebound count at the moment. 28-11 it is overall, including 15-1 in offensive rebounds.
And if they could hit a jump shot, they'd be killing them in the score line too.
Touch pass from Boucher got Phil Jones going, and Dave Buer was forced to foul, his first personal. 5th team foul on Victoria. Here comes some free throws.
And there's the drive, and you know, I think the last jump shot that was hit by New Zealand was hit by this man right here, Phil Jones. And it's something when you're trying to get the intensity back into your game, but to play smart too, because New Zealand can't buy a jump shot. And Victoria is overcommitting, and New Zealand's making good cuts to the basket. I'd be packing it in like crazy. Like a sardine can, my defense would look like.
Reese Carter. Hands off. Here's Greg Blake. Further onwards, he moves the ball to Gary Budnikov. Budnikov comes up with the goods. He's now 3 of 3 from long range. He has 9 points to lead Victoria, and their first field goal in this period came after almost 5.5 minutes.
It just shows you New Zealand's lack of scoring. They're only up 3.
Here's Faora Winatana, rejected by Adam Ballinger. 3rd block in the match for Ballinger. Phil Jones takes it back at them. That was never going to work. And now Budnikov needs help. Ballinger provides it. Measures the long-range attempt. It was off the mark. Excellent work over the back from Phil Jones to beat 3 opponents to the ball. With a pass deflected, just touched by Buer. Knocked it away from Winatana. And that's the hustle that Dave Buer is famous for.
There you go.
Paulie Hanari about to check in. Getting some instructions from Jeff Green. The fans trying to get the Giants going as well. Middle stages of this second period. Now whistle off the ball provided by Ian Watts. Foul is going to be called on the New Zealand Breakers. Phil Jones in the vicinity, and he picks up the foul. Well, Phil Jones will sit down, has 2 points and 5 points on 2 of 12 shooting. Phil Jones hasn't been afraid to put it up.
He has to, Case. He's really their only outside threat. You know, he just needs to keep banging away.
Reece Carter, hard to the hoop. Had to go back for second. Still couldn't finish it off. He'll be disappointed with that. And Dylan Boucher leads the charge. Winatana joining in now. Paula Hanari. Small lineup for the Breakers here. Good hustle. Excellent work from Brad Roberts. Checking into the game and having an immediate impact as he strips the Breakers from possession. There's the rookie getting a piece of the action against Aaron Olsen and putting his body on the line as well. Now Boucher reaches in though, returns the favour. Takes it from Budnikov. An unsportsmanlike foul is going to be called on Budnikov. Free throws to come and possession. And Dylan Boucher again making things happen for the New Zealand Breakers.
I tell you what, you better not over dribble around Dylan Boucher. He has got excellent hands. Always among the league leaders in New Zealand in steals, and I believe he will be among the league leaders in steals in Australia too.
Yes, he had 8 steals in New Zealand's debut match against Adelaide, Dylan Boucher. And at the moment averaging 3 per game to be top 3 in the National Basketball League. Also top 7 in the league in assists.
Wow.
So Boucher sits down, presumably to receive some treatment. And that is not a good sign. And Spara Winatana, who goes to the free throw line. Frank Arcego, assistant coach for New Zealand.
That's always tough on a sub when you have to go in for an injured player. So the theory is, if he's injured, you get your best free throw shooter to knock the free throws down. And at least he got one of them.
And possession for the unsportsmanlike foul. Truslove gets it. Little over 5 minutes out from half-time. Breakers lead it by 3 at the moment. Victoria has scored only 4 points in this term. We've played 7 minutes. Casey Frank airborne, throwing it down. Oh, forget about the travel, please. Oh, high excitement, but it's waved away.
1, 2, 3. That's a good call. As much as I hate to admit it, because I want to see the dunks too, Case. He did take 3 steps without putting the ball on the floor.
Brad Roberts, the rookie, doing the ball carrying duties. Now it's Reece Carter as Mark Wright swings this team around trying to get something happening. Feaster, one of 2 starters on the floor at the moment, can't buy a basket. And New Zealand with another opportunity. Hanari guarded by Reece Carter, who's been giving him fits. Now it's Casey Frank. Ballinger sags off him. And Truslove works it onwards to Winatana. Now Hanari. 5 on the shot clock, needs to get busy. Going to have to force something up quickly. Winatana can't get it away in time. 1 extra pass too many. And Jeff Green has plenty to say to his team.
That's good D though, Case. They did a good job of closing out on shooters.
I'm glad they're playing good D at the moment, Victoria, because they are 1 of 10 from the field in this period. Where's their next basket going to come from? We've played 8 minutes of this period. They've hit 1 field goal. We thought the Melbourne Tigers looked sluggish last night in their big loss to Wollongong by 29 points. And that's good hustle again from Reece Carter and Brad Roberts. Teammates in that gold medal winning team, the world champs. It's Casey Frank. And he travelled, according to Ian Watts, who could not have had a better position to view it.
And he just switched his pivot foot.
Here comes Robbins again. A little out of control. Goes on with the job and makes it tumble. Draws a foul. What an impact this young man's had off the bench.
Well, when you come in the game, you get your opportunity. You take advantage of it. He's played excellent basketball with his hustle, and then he's aggressive on the offensive end of the floor. And believe me, Victoria need it. They need somebody to be aggressive. Just looking tentative, and that happens when you miss a few shots in a row. You don't want to be the guy that adds on to the 0 for the second quarter. Well, they've got one, sorry. It's 2 now.
Good hustle again from Dave Buer. As Blake Truslove gets to greet the front row of the fans. That's hustle from Buer again. It's one possession for the Victoria Giants. Buer restarts. Here's Feaster working on the smaller Haro-Winatana, but too hard off the window. Ballinger keeps it alive and goes back to the captain. Winatana giving him plenty to think about at the moment. 18 left on the shot clock. And the New Zealand Breakers wanting to get some subs into the match, but timeout has been called ahead of that. Mark Wright not happy with referee Michael Aylen at the moment. He's called timeout, and his team have added 6 points in this term, and that is all. 2 of 13 from the field in this period, the Victoria Giants, and in contrast, the New Zealand Breakers, well, they're 4 of 15. Not exciting either.
About bailing them out, and all of a sudden we let the point guard get in there and get an easy basket. Geez, Denver, we have to build on things. We're doing no building whatsoever. All we're doing is playing up and down. Now we get a 5-point lead, and we don't build anything on it. You know, we don't take our time. We don't work the ball. That's all we need to do. We're rushing offensively. Just take our time at the breaks on. We get the ball out, get it out into the wings, spread it up. Remember, you look to break your man down, skip to the free throw line. If there's nothing on, then you bring it back out and look to run things. Okay? Let's go into, we're in break this series. Let's go. Break.
I know New Zealand have the lead right now, Case, but, you know, a team, their opponent only has 2 field goals in the second quarter. They would surely be hoping to be up by more than 2 points.
Well, they only have 4 field goals of their own. It's been lean pickings here in this second term. 6 field goals in total. And then the match is completed already in this round. The closest margin has been 14 points. Some big blowouts, including Perth's first win of the year, beating Hunter by 38 last night. Croswell going to work here against Lindsay Tate, who was a teammate of his last season with Victoria. And Croswell breaks the drought. Ties the ball game away. A little over 3 minutes out from half-time. Boucher back to Lindsay Tate. They exchange the ball less than 3 minutes away from half-time. Brad Williams against Dave Buer. Here's Phil Jones ready to fire. Little deep with it. Feast of the rebound. Off to Croswell. Brad Robbins was first man up the floor. They couldn't get it to him quickly enough for his liking. Now Buer against Brad Williams. Tough shot. Good D from Brad Williams, who's playing with 3 fouls at the moment. He took a chance, and it pays off. And Victoria's woes continue at the offensive end. Foul's called on Brad Robbins. Free throws to come. All the New Zealand Breakers.
So this is where an experienced player can take advantage of Robbins. He's got a lot of pride, playing very hard, but look at this. Goes, it gets both hands in there. It's bonus, and you get 2 free throws. You're guarding a guy like Derek Rucker or Ricky Grace. This is where they eat you alive. You got a young guy on, they just spread you out. He's going to foul him. He's going to make 2 free throws.
Good wrestle for possession. Victoria come away with it. Little over 2 minutes left until half-time. New Zealand lead by a point in a war of attrition. Buer back to Feaster. 8 on the shot clock. Feaster released on it. Dylan Boucher can throw it down. In fact, he's missed a dunk, but stole it from Feaster on another occasion. Lindsay Tate with it now. Phil Jones working on Croswell, needs help, and travelled in the process as he was feeding it to Yona Inosa.
In 2 minds about whether he's going to dunk that or lay it up. He comes up with another steal. But so far it has not been Rob Feaster's night.
Here he is once again. Out of court. Coughed it up. And the Victoria Giants with big problems. Mark Wright, Michael Halen, who can still see the funny side. And Brad Williams goes to Boucher. Now they try their luck to Yona Inosa, guarded by Adam Ballinger. Phil Jones thought about the shot. Now he needs to get something happening. There's 4 on the shot clock. Williams rejected by Dave Buer. Out of court. 1 second, or 0.1 is it, of a second left on the shot clock.
I don't think that is that possible to even get a shot off? And
Boucher's going to hoist it up near the rim. Phil Jones got it off in time and adds another 2. Jones now with 7 points in the match, including 5 in the second period. Feaster, little gun show himself at the moment, 1 of 5 from the field. Now he gets it down low, takes them all on. They've come from everywhere. Feaster will have to earn these from the free throw line. And Phil Jones getting value for that foul as well as he picks up his 3rd. Feaster's first trip to the free throw line. Giants are 5 of 12 from the stripe. New Zealand 10 of 14. Telling statistics with his scoreline at the moment, and Feaster comes up empty. Well, the Victoria Giants are staring down their lowest scoring quarter ever. They've added only 8 points in this term on 3 of 15 shooting from the field. Lindsay Tate harassed by Brad Robbins. Now looking to penetrate. Needs help. Brad Williams with 1 on the shot clock. Got it off in time. It counts, and a chance at a 3-point play. Well, Brad Williams is having quite a match so far. 12 points to lead all scorers. 6 in each period so far. And a chance to add to it from the free throw line. Ben Pepper checking in. Well, Victoria, Buer sits down. Olsen coming into the match. Blake Truslove about to check in. Both coaches being busy here off the ball. Brad Williams does add to the tally. They lead by 6, having scored the last 6. Biggest margin we've seen in the match. Nathan Croswell, guarded by Aaron Olsen. Now looking to penetrate, takes them on. Nice move down low. Nathan Croswell made it look very easy. Double figures for Croswell. He leads Victoria with 10. Brad Williams 13 leads the game. Victoria, well, don't have their lowest ever quarter. Lindsay Tate went hard to the hoop but couldn't finish it off. Good work by Yona Inosa to keep it alive. Had a little more time than he realised. And Brad Roberts goes at 3/4 court on the halftime buzzer. It's no good, and in a low-scoring quarter, the New Zealand Breakers have assumed the lead. Halftime from the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. New Zealand 38 leads Victoria 34 here on Fox Sports. 16 points to 10 in favour of New Zealand in that second term. I'm sure Mark Wright will have plenty to say to his troops. Let's get to Steve Carfino with Dave Buer.
Dave, New Zealand really on the glass, put you into the basketball game, get some intensity going, but they're really getting after it.
Yeah, in the first quarter, I think they were beating us like 22-9 on the boards. I think they had 12 offensive boards. It's absolutely killing us. I don't know if mentally we came in ready or what, but we're going to have to make some adjustments at halftime.
Pretty physical, too.
Yeah, they're playing some good D. After their Adelaide game, I think they came out a little bit more intense than us. So we're going to have to make some adjustments or we're in trouble. So
how about the fact that they're not hitting any outside jumpers?
Yeah. I mean, outside. I mean, 34-38, and we're an offensive team, and with 34 points at halftime, something's wrong.
All right, thanks, Dave. All right, Dave Buer right there. Come back for the second half. I promise it's going to be better than the first right here on your House of Hoops, Fox Sports.
I am a sexy beast.
McDonald's new $1.95 McValue menu. 7 delicious options, just $1.95 each.
Daddy's coming home to you, baby. Daddy's coming home, and I don't mean maybe you won't be alone. 'Cause Daddy's coming home, so watch out, baby. Daddy's coming home. Daddy's coming home.
There ain't nowhere that we can't go. Whoa, now baby, there's a place I know. Take my hand, honey, fly with me. Hold on, hold on. We've been searching for a place in the sun. Oh, now baby, for everyone, get in the groove. We got to move, but hold on. We've been searching. Whoa, now baby, gonna have some fun. Reach for the sky, we're gonna fly. We've been searching.
House of Travel. It's how Kiwis see the world.
Behind the frontal lobe of Tomas Rodriguez lies an obsession bordering on the psychotic. He tastes acres of Colombia's velvety Arabica coffee, pinpointing region and altitude in a sip. His palate is likened to a global positioning system. It guides him through jungle, waterfall, and that ledge to bring back the beans for Nescafe, Cap, Colombi. You'll go a long way for coffee like this. Or just visit the website for a free sample.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the television. Don't do anything else because we have something to tell you.
What are you saying? The best of British.
Best of British?
Best of British. What's the best of British?
Relax, we can handle this.
The best of British. UK TV, only on Sky.
Welcome back to the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. A low-scoring first half here. The New Zealand Breakers lead at 38-34, winning that second period 16 points to 10. 10 points from Victoria, the lowest scoring quarter in the league this year, and only one more than a franchise low. They really had some problems. And Steve Carfino, it was surprising because their offense so far this season has been their strong suit.
Oh, that's right. I think maybe they came in and just didn't expect New Zealand to really compete the way they have. New Zealand's done a great job defensively of really getting after it. Kind of started off a little bit slow, but probably got the feel for the game. The Victoria wasn't playing with a whole lot of intensity, got a couple of rebounds, and really turned this game around, got their confidence going effort-wise.
And the Breakers are leading this match despite shooting 27% from the field. Let's have a look at the numbers, and they do not make pretty reading.
Sure. I mean, if you're down to a team that's shooting 27% from the field, you are embarrassed. I'm sure that the Victoria Giants are just complete effort going out there for the New Zealand Breakers. Only 1 of 10 outside the three-point line. So 27% from the field, 1 of 10 outside the three-point line. 15 free throws, so they are getting to the line like they have in the past. Bench scoring, they're leading. Assists, not many assists in a low-scoring game like this. And look at the rebounds. That's a big factor right there. 37-18. Boy, Victoria have their work cut out for them.
And with Ben Milmuth out and Pero Cameron still injured as well, a lot is falling on the shoulders of Brad Williams as the most experienced campaigner with the Breakers. Of course, he's played over 200 NBL matches. He's playing tonight as if he's decided it's time for him to go.
Well, he's not a legitimate, prototype low post type player. He can hit that shot from 15 feet, and he can do a good job of being quick, out-quicking the big guys down in the low block. And he's done a good job of really getting after it, effort just as his teammates have as well. And he's just gone to his strengths. They haven't scored a whole lot of points either. I think the Breakers would be disappointed that they're not up by more points than they are. If they could hit just 1 or 2 or maybe 3, that's asking a lot, outside shots, they'd have a sizable lead.
Well, in every match this year, apart from the opening night where they hit 8 threes against Adelaide, they've never got more than 4 in a match. It's an area that I'm sure Jeff Green must be pulling his hair out.
Well, that's true, and I think the teams defensively should probably make that adjustment. If they're not going to hit outside shots, please pack it in, you're extending, you're playing into their strengths. You extend that defense out there. They get hard cuts. They play hard. They cut hard to the basket. And those are the only plays that they're making because they can't hit an outside shot.
Nork and Adam Ballinger at the moment. Coming into this match, he was the highest scorer in the league, averaging 30 per game. He had 4 points in the first period and did not score in term number 2, but his defense has been good.
I think sometimes, Case, when you're shooting the basketball well, you come out and you shoot a couple of difficult shots early and you kind of lose your confidence and you lose your momentum. He shot a couple of fallaways early in the basketball game. They were short. They didn't go. Then he's second-guessing himself on his next three-point shot in transition, shots that he was automatically draining in the past few games, and all of a sudden he's missed a couple of them now, and now all of a sudden he's not shooting the basketball with confidence. So sometimes good games, shooting can lull you into sleep to take those tough ones early and get you out of your rhythm.
Well, at least Victoria are getting a good spread of scorers. They have 9 who have scored so far out of their 11 players. New Zealand also 9 scorers out of 10. We mentioned last night in Adelaide where they were beaten convincingly. They did have 7 players in double figures.
Oh, that's true. I mean, they're going out there. Like I said, I can't say enough about their intensity. They're finding ways to keep themselves in front with their intensity, with the offensive rebounding, doing a good job of staying in the basketball game. I'm sure they wouldn't expect to shoot 27% and be in the lead, but with that effort, they would be expecting to stay close, and they have done that.
Well, there's only 2 players on the floor who have hit a three-pointer in this match, and Gary Budnikov's hit 3 of 3. He is showing the way, the reigning Rookie of the Year.
Well, he sure is. I mean, he catches a basketball, spotting up. He was known when he came to the league last year for the Sydney Kings as a shooter. And Reese Carter did a good job when he came into the game to spark his team, but they're just not shooting the basketball well. Now they've come out there. Budnikov has hit the shots. They want to turn it up defensively. They want to make sure they pull down the rebounds because those shots are available. They'll be able to knock them down. The problem that they're having is at the other end of the floor defensively, picking up and keeping those guys off the offensive glass of the breakers and then just getting to the loose balls. Mark Wright would just be roasting those guys at halftime right now.
Rob Feaster, the new captain for Victoria, having a slow night as well. Added pressure when you're brought in as the #1 man, the franchise player. You're expected to produce night in, night out.
Well, he didn't do a whole lot in the offseason, and then he came back to play with the Giants here, and he was injured, so he's had a real break in his preparation and coming into this season, and he just looks like he's a little bit off. I spoke to him before the game, and he said he doesn't have his rhythm yet, but he'll come good.
Only 2 points for him at halftime. Dylan Boucher hasn't scored in the match yet for New Zealand, but boy, he's getting a whole lot of other things done.
Oh, that's true. I mean, Dylan Boucher, like we said, he is going to be one of the league leaders in steals. He has a great nose for the ball. Also, if you're a little lackluster just handling the basketball, he will steal it from you as well. So he's good at actually taking the basketball. He's also good in the passing lanes. He's also great at the effort plays and getting the loose balls, and that adds up to a guy that's going to get a lot of one-on-none breaks.
Well, a halftime score of 38-34. We don't have a lot of high scorers, but let's show them to you anyway. And you will see that Brad Williams with 13 points leads all scorers at the moment. He had 6 in the first term and 7 in the second period. And for the Victoria Giants, Nathan Croswell, the only player in double figures for his 10. Budnikov 3 of 3 from deep. Ballinger with only 4 points, and then it is a sorry tale for them. Just like the New Zealand Breakers. Between them, though, only 13 field goals in that second period between these 2 teams, so they both have going to sharpen things up after halftime.
And one of the fans, when I went over there to do the interview at halftime, he said, are they going to crack 100? And I wasn't quite sure if he meant both teams put together or one team just getting 100 on their own.
Well, let's find out in the second half. We'll come back with more. The Breakers lead it by 4. We'll be back right after this.
Thanks, love.
Attention, Greg's cop.
Welcome back to the Melbourne Sports and Aquatics Centre. Here's the change room at half-time for the Victoria Giants. I was in their pre-game, and I'm sure the paint on the wall was a different colour. I'm sure Mark Wright gave them quite a serve at half-time, down by 4. What are the thoughts of Jeff Green, the coach of the New Zealand Breakers? He's standing by with Steve Carpino.
Well, Jeff, I'm sure you've never shot 27% at the half and had 1 of 10 three-point shots go down and be in the lead.
Yeah, you know, but I think it's the other end of the court, Steve. Like, you know, we've worked really hard defensively, as I said at the top of the show. If we can't play defense in this league, we're not going to find ourselves in a position to at least be in the lead, or at least put ourselves in a position to win. And I think we're doing that at the moment, but unfortunately it's 48 minutes. I wish the game had stopped now.
Well, the effort is definitely there, but how about on the offensive end? Maybe an opportunity to be up by more than 4, holding them to just 8 points in the second quarter.
Yeah, and that's the key, and that's what I said to the guys. You know, we have to be like Bob the Builder. You know, we've got to build leads. You know, we had a couple of 5-point leads during the half there, and we just didn't build on it. You know, we came down, forced a couple of bad shots, did some turnovers, you know, and all I wrote on the board was build. Let's be Bob the Builder and build some leads.
All right, thanks. Let's see the second half.
Not a problem.
Jeff Green there with Steve Carfino. Blake Truslove with some words of advice there for Yona Enosa, who's filling in for the injured Ben Melmoth at the moment. As I mentioned, Enosa averaged 12.7 rebounds per game, top 3 in the New Zealand NBL in field goal shooting percentage last season, and provided quite a good target in Adelaide last night, and is making his presence felt here at the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre against the Victoria Giants at the moment as well. As you would expect, the Liberty Giants listening intently to their coach Mark Wright. This certainly wasn't on his agenda, I'm sure, this week, to have 34 points at half-time. Highest score for the year so far for the Victoria Giants. Well, they had 118 a week ago.
It's a funny game, Case. We're sitting there rolling, confident, every shot going down, just feeling like you're starting to understand your teammates and know their tendencies and where they want to be, and then you can come across a game like this, and it happens. I mean, and it's not a game either. It's only been a half. They've still got 2 quarters to go. But I'm sure they'll come out with a whole lot of intensity, and hopefully they can get some cheapies to get their confidence going, then everything will be fine.
And for our viewers in New Zealand, the news coming out of the United States today is that Kirk Penny has been cut by the Minnesota Timberwolves. So I wonder if he will chase big bucks overseas, because I know the New Zealand Breakers could use a guard of his caliber right at the moment. But they do lead by 4, looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. Let's see if they can improve on their long-range shooting. The ball was on the way up. So we're going to give possession to the Victoria Giants. Only have 2 jump balls a game now with a new possession arrow, and get an error even with the second one. We don't have to worry about it anymore unless we go to overtime, which I guess, given the scoreline at the moment, must be a distinct possibility.
And you can see why, guys trying to get it on the way up. It's just one of those things that's difficult to do with how strong and how big these guys are nowadays.
Rob Feaster trying to climb over a screen, couldn't get his hands on the ball. Victoria turn it over for the 10th time in the match. New Zealand has 12 turnovers. They have a 4-point lead. Victoria going 7 minutes without a field goal in that second period. Now Dylan Boucher has returned the favour. Again, Jeff Green having problems revving his team up and getting them ready to go. Budnikov getting harassed by Phil Jones. Shot clock to single numbers as Feaster bangs bodies with Dylan Boucher. Spins baseline. Lost control. Ben Pepper fouled by Yona Enosa. No, in fact, it was slapped out of his hands. 3 on the shot clock for the Giants. Budnikov, he's hit 3 of 3. Tough one on that occasion, though. Would not tumble for him. Brad Williams has been impressive so far. Couldn't finish it off under pressure from Nathan Croswell, who now needs help. Feaster provides it. He works the ball to Budnikov, this time open for the triple, and nailing his 4th.
Very good fast break. Good spacing. And those spot-up shooters, especially when you hit your best spot-up shooter.
Only averaged 4 points and 2 rebounds per game in his Rookie of the Year season with the Sydney Kings last season, Gary Budnikov, and at the moment averaging 11 and 7. 4 on the shot clock as Phil Jones is rejected by Budnikov, and it's at the defensive end where he's certainly picked up the intensity as Croswell tries his luck. Back-to-back triples to start the second half for the Giants as they retake the lead.
Well, as a spectator, you know that Victoria is not going to have another quarter like they did, and New Zealand have to be able to match them. with 20 or so points, at least.
8 unanswered points from the Victoria Giants, and Croswell takes an errant pass from Dylan Boucher, riding Phil Jones on his hip, taking on Olsen as well. Here's Budnikov. Boucher got another steal. Spills to Budnikov, who feeds Ballinger, and he lights it up. The Victoria Giants have hit 3 triples in 2 and a bit minutes, and Jeff Green wants this to sit right here. He calls timeout. And the Giants, well, whatever Mark Wright said at halftime, Steve, it worked.
That's right, and they simply have lifted the intensity, getting after it on the defensive end of the floor. They've gotten their fair share of loose balls, knocking the basketball loose.
You know, big block. You get in and get the strip. Hammer the boards. Make sure you don't get caught on that backswing. They've gone twice in a row to Enosa, so make sure you jump through and be between him and the bucket. When he's backing you down, hands up, keep your feet, stay in the stance, and then when he picks the ball up, belly up. Don't take up fakes, all right? It's about flaring the wings. Practice, dude. Don't let him move you. Do not rely on your threes now. Now close out hard. Be able to put the ball put the ball on the floor, create. Hit the open man. We want open looks. All right, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Don't get hurt in transition. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
And that's basically what they need to do. You know, like I think the fact that if they don't get hurt in transition, New Zealand also don't have the firepower down low to really put any damage on them, telling Ben Pepper just to play with their hands up and belly up. You know, if they play smart like that, they're going to hit their fair share of shots, and you know they're going to start to increase a lead unless New Zealand can start making some plays and hitting some shots.
Explosive start to the second half from the Victoria Giants. Now lead by 5 after starting this period down 4.
Let's go, Villains. Crank it up, Villains. Come on.
Enosa. Now Phil Jones. 10 on the shot clock as Brad Williams gets an open look, and he fills it up. 15 now for Williams. He leads the game individually. Breakers taking 2.5 minutes to get on the score sheet here in the second half. Feaster working against Winatana, giving him all sorts of problems. Ballinger gets it next against Brad Williams. Back to Feaster. Resumes his battle with Paora Winatana. Tough shot, wouldn't tumble for Feaster. Here's Ben Pepper in all sorts of traffic. And Big Pep comes up with his first field goal in the match.
And they're sticking with plays now. You know, New Zealand's knocked the basketball loose. Ben Pepper sees the play through and finishes it.
Phil Jones guarded by Budnikov. Now it's Yona Enosa. Paora Winatana joins in. Single numbers on the shot clock. Brad Williams against Adam Ballinger. Williams will have to go solo here. In fact, he's given it to Olsen. 2 on the shot clock. Needs to get it up. Not going to do it in time. The shot clock expires on the Breakers again.
New Zealand just have not adjusted to the lift in intensity that has been provided by the Giants.
Rob Feaster with the ball carrying duties, enjoying this battle against Paora Winatana. At the moment, Feaster has 2 points and Winatana has 3. They've cancelled one another out. It's a good job for New Zealand that Winatana is doing at the moment, and eventually Rob Feaster finds a way to score.
They look like 2 raging bulls going at it down there. 2 very strong gentlemen battling it out on the low block. Williams.
Unsuccessfully. Budnikov with the rebound, and now Winatana and Rob Feaster eyeball one another.
Hey,
I know. I'm not letting them throw me around.
You're not looking you're just not looking so cool. You're not looking so cool. Just settle.
You're not gonna man.
Yeah, hey. When I need to play push and shove, just stay with it.
Oh, there it is in replay.
Yeah, exactly. Rob's point is I'm not going to let him throw me around. He said I didn't even push him back.
Short-term memory loss, perhaps.
Yeah, well, we got some footage that says something else.
Well, Croswell lost the ball. Ben Pepper picks it up and misses from close range. Whistle here from Ian Watson. A goaltender's been called on the New Zealand Breakers. Points will count, and all of a sudden the Giants have a 9-point lead. It's the biggest margin we've seen at any stage.
New Zealand got every 50-50 ball in the first half. In this half, it's been Victoria. That's the difference.
Breakers just 1 of 5 from the field since half-time, having trouble putting it in the hole from deep. Phil Jones, in fact, it's a 2. As Phil Jones adds to his talent.
Well, Mark Wright told his team, don't double down if you got Jones. He's the only guy that can shoot the basketball from the perimeter.
Nathan Croswell finds Pepper lurking on the baseline. Good job by Yona Enosa. Budnikov off the money. Adam Ballinger, the offensive rebound. The putback wouldn't go. Pepper still wrestling with him. The tallest man in the NBL is starting to have an impact here. And the New Zealand Breakers just can't go with the 7-footer at the moment.
Just don't have the size. Once Victoria turned the corner intensity-wise, look at those guys battling for every loose ball and rebound now. It's going to be very difficult for New Zealand to compete with their lack of size.
Ben Pepper had 2 points at halftime. Almost 5 minutes played in this third term. Victoria crossed the half-century mark. Gained 9 the margin. Phil Jones surveys the options. Brad Williams guarded by Ballinger. Now makes his move. Needing help. Yona Enosa provides it and fills it up. 5 points, 5 boards for Yona Enosa. Hasn't done a whole lot wrong in this match. This Croswell going to Ben Pepper and getting it back. Shot clock down to 10 seconds now as Feaster and Winatana go for round number 3 or 4. And coming across, Enosa will pick up his 4th personal.
Winatana, look at the strength on him, doing what he can to try and keep Feaster from backing him down, but I mean, he is giving away a few centimeters. And Rob Feaster can't be guarded by one guy down on the block, especially a guy giving away that much height. And he's going to the block on every possession.
Having trouble from the free throw line, though. Rob Feaster now 1 of 4 from the stripe. Victoria 8 of 17 from the free throw line at 47%. They lead by 8 middle stages, term number 3. Paira Winatana puts it on the floor, bangs over Ben Pepper. It took a nasty knock. An offensive foul is called on the New Zealand Breakers.
And that wasn't the most difficult play to call. Look at this, just right here. Ben Pepper just takes one right in the chops. That's a big man too, Ben Pepper. He can hit the golf ball a long way too. He's a single-figure handicap golfer.
Here's Nathan Croswell, guarded by Aaron Olsen. Budnikov gets it. 9 on the shot clock with some problems. The Victoria Giants. Budnikov just casually fires one away unsuccessfully. And now it's Aaron Olsen and the New Zealand Breakers who come forward. Lean pickings for them in this term. They've added only 6 points in this term. Here's Brad Williams. Goes baseline. Ben Pepper may have rejected him through the rim there. He had to have his hand up through the cylinder. Here's Feaster from deep. That's way off the mark. Loose ball scooped up by Adam Ballinger. Hasn't had the offensive night we were expecting. Ballinger 3 of 10 from the field for his 7 points. And Nathan Croswell slows it down. Steps away from Aaron Olsen. They want to get Ben Pepper involved against Blake Trussler. Pepper down to the baseline and then beyond. And the hook shot works for the big man who's into double figures. Lead into double figures for the first time in the match as well. Less than 5 minutes to play, term number 3. That's Blake Trussler looking less than confident. Dylan Boucher over the back of Ben Pepper. Foul's called on Boucher.
Let's see if he goes up through the rim. He sure does. And he got it too. Man.
Double-figure lead for the first time in the match. The Victoria Giants. with Nathan Croswell working the ball to Feaster, guarded by Dylan Boucher, finding Smoon baseline, forced into a tough shot, got his own rebound, and now adds another 2.
This game in no way, shape, or form is one of his best, but it just shows you his ability to compete. Nothing going for him, but still hitting shots like that. Wow.
Well, Phil Jones was made to alter that shot by good D from Gary Budnikov, and he still made it tumble. Jones up to 11. None of 4 from long range, though. In fact, the Kiwis have not taken a 3-point shot since half-time. When you're 1 of 10 at the break, maybe that's a good idea. Budnikov resumes his battle with Phil Jones, works to the baseline. Skimming over the rim, Boucher. Outlet pass for Phil Jones. Seti Matarski reels it in. Hanare is ready to go, working on Ben Pepper. Now it's Williams, clubbed by Adam Ballinger, who picks up his 3rd.
Aggressive play by New Zealand. When they get their bigs back, they're going to be very good. You have to like the way that these guys have responded. They're shooting a horrible percentage. And eventually, it was just going to take Victoria to hit a couple of shots to kind of stretch that lead out. But they are still running the floor. They're still getting after the loose balls. They just have to be able to hit some shots. They just don't have the firepower to match it with another club in the NBL right now with their 2 main scorers out.
Only 8 points in this period so far for the New Zealand Breakers. Played almost 9 minutes. Rob Feaster happy to do the ball carrying duties at the moment. Did he travel? That's the call from Ian Watts as he hopped into that. Casey Frank checks in. Brad Williams will sit down. Casey Frank restricted to only 6 minutes in the first half after rolling an ankle in Adelaide last night. So I'm sure Jeff Green's happy to get any mileage he can out of Casey Frank. Obviously playing under duress. Hanare goes to Phil Jones. He was ready to go on that occasion, and he's starting to fill it up now. Just the second 3 of the match for New Zealand. Jones now has 14 to lead the game individually.
It'd be amazing how much it opens up. He starts banging a couple of those. And those guys that are setting the staggered screen. Dylan Boucher after it again makes the play.
Hanare scoops up the loose ball, and that will be a goaltend called on Ben Pepper. The 2 will count for the Breakers. They've scored the last 7 and are back to within 5.
I think it'd be a pretty good idea to give the basketball to somebody else that Dylan Boucher is not guarding when they're bringing it up. He's been too good at just knocking it loose.
Rob Feaster off the back of the rim. Paul Hanare picks up the rebound for the New Zealand Breakers. Here's Casey Frank skirting the baseline against Ben Pepper. Looks to attack now, takes them on. Couldn't get it over the front of the rim. Ben Pepper has the rebound. Croswell. Feaster ahead of him. Likewise, Greg Blake and Adam Ballinger. Now Croswell works to the baseline and past Casey Frank. Another layup for Nathan Croswell, who now has 15 points and takes over as the game high scorer. Whistle off the ball provided here by Michael Aylen. Greg Blake in the vicinity appears to have picked up the foul. Third team foul on Victoria in this period.
Feaster takes a break. Dave Buer back in the game.
In fact, the second team foul this period. Dave Buer checks in. Rob Feaster sits down. Boucher. Still yet to score in the match, Dylan Boucher. None of 3 from the field, but he has 7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 5 assists to lead the game in that category as the offensive foul is called on Casey Frank. The Breakers again over the limit now in terms of the foul count. 18-17 the foul count overall. The Breakers leading it as Ballinger fires off the front and back of the rim. Greg Blake, it landed in his lap. His tip-in was athletic but unsuccessful, but he'll get another opportunity here as he measures the triple.
Greg Blake can flat out shoot the rock. This year he'll be great for the Giants coming off the bench at that 2 spot.
Boucher goes to Truslove. Had plenty of time to look at the hoop, but couldn't finish it. Ben Pepper athletically for the rebound. Giants off and running. 4-on-3 fast break. Croswell to Blake with a hot hand. Off the back of the rim. Casey Frank hands off to Dylan Boucher. Phil Jones wanted it very early. Dylan Boucher caught in 2 minds, just coughed it up.
It was an awkward fast break there for New Zealand. Casey Frank did the right thing at giving it up, but Dylan Boucher is more of a run the lane slasher type of player, not great at making decisions on the run in transition like that. And right there he comes up with the turnover.
Well, again, it's just a quick moment in time, and the Breakers find themselves in arrears by double figures. And Jeff Green will address the troops.
Once again, we don't concentrate. Lack of concentration, we get punished. When you understand that you have to concentrate in this game, we'll do good. But until then, we'll keep going backwards and backwards. We can't afford to go 1 step forward and 2 backwards all the time. Okay? Why are you shooting the ball so early in the offense? Why? No, it's not about being wide open. It's about working the basketball. That's what it's about. Let's work the ball. Let's make them play defense. 1 pass, 1 shot is not making them play defense. You understand? Let's go. Come on.
Well, the Giants have gotten some good mileage on guys coming off the bench and producing Greg Blake, like Reese Carter did in the first quarter. He's done the same here in the second half, stroking the 3. He's not going to miss those. Now, you can't substitute a guy that can shoot the rock, Case.
No, and they've hit 4 threes in this period, Victoria. New Zealand has hit 2 threes for the entire match. Ben Pepper, too big, too strong. Helps himself to another 2. Ben Pepper has 10 in this period alone.
Because they're canning those perimeter shots, Pepper is isolated one-on-one down there on the block.
Phil Jones working baseline. Good D coming from Greg Blake. Single numbers on the shot clock as Brad Williams marches into the paint and helps himself to another 2. Williams now with a career high going for the New Zealand Breakers, has 17 to lead all scorers. Shot clock down to 10. Dewar firing baseline, ices another for himself. An even dozen. Now a foul's called on Nathan Croswell. Third team foul on Victoria since half-time. As we head toward the last break. Williams has Truslove available. Good job by Ben Pepper. Casey Frank at the offensive end gets the rebound and the putback for the New Zealand Breakers. His first field goal in the match. And now Croswell will go for the 3-pointer on the buzzer. And the fans jump to their feet. 3-point shooting from the Victoria Giants has seen them open up a 13-point lead with a quarter to play. It's the biggest margin we've seen. And at 3-quarter time, Victoria 68 leads New Zealand 55.
Boy, that hurts, doesn't it, Case? Man, do a good job, work the glass, get themselves in a position to try and eat away at this lead, and then one of those backbreakers right there as we check out the stats after 3-quarter time, and it's the Victoria Giants who have come alive here in the third to take that lead after 68-55. 32%, so the shooting percentage gets a little bit better for New Zealand. Either field goals or outside the 3-point line went from 10% to 18%. Woo! Outside the land of plenty or the land of not too many. Either way you want to look at it. Free throws, 65%, and another Achilles heel for the Giants. And they've had a few of them tonight. 47%, 8 of 17 from the free throw line. Bench scoring still the Breakers' way. Not many assists in this game. Haven't had too many plays in transition that have been capitalized on. Rebounding still heavily in favor of the Breakers, and turnovers starting to mount up for New Zealand. Rob Feaster has definitely picked up his performance here in the third quarter, just looking a little bit more aggressive. And that battle he's got with Winatana down on the block is something to watch. Both strong men really getting after it. Here this time he's got Dylan Boucher on his back. Tries a circus trick there, but he's right on the offensive glass. He gets a putback. That's a work rate bucket right there for Rob Feaster. And Gary Budnikov has been tough on both ends of the floor, not just stroking the threes. He gets a block shot there when he's beaten back door by Phil Jones. And then Rob Feaster in transition locates Gary Budnikov, does a good job of spotting up, getting to an open area and burying the three, and that's been the difference.
Possession arrow with the Victoria Giants. They will get us underway to start this final term. They lead by 13 after they were down by 4 at half-time. Quarter time, Victoria led by 2 and 4 for the Breakers at the half. Now 13 for the Giants, looking for a 3-1 start to the season. New Zealand Breakers, well, they've lost their last 4. Their next appointment is next Friday night, where they play host to the Cairns Taipans in Wellington. All our New Zealand viewers in Wellington, make sure you get along to look at that match. The Cairns Taipans making good progress this season as well. They're an exciting team to watch with the new recruits Melvin Thomas and Marcus Timmins. Victoria Giants with an opportunity now to build on their buffer. No look pass from Buer, had Croswell down low. Now the single numbers are on the shot clock. Reaching in, Dave Buer. Foul's called on Phil Jones.
That's his fault.
Jones 6 of 19 from the field.
Congratulations to the winner of our raffle, taking his prize.
Brad Williams 7 of 18. So between Brad Williams and Phil Jones, they have taken 37 of New Zealand's 67 shots. Croswell elevating against Aaron Olsen, who's had a very quiet night by his standards. Just 1 field goal for Olsen and 1 assist. Olsen came into this match averaging 15 points per game, and averaged 19 per game in the New Zealand NBL last season. High quality player, born in Victoria, Canada. His mother is a Kiwi, went to East Washington University. But he needs to do a little more. Brad Williams, now Phil Jones. Top of the key, Dylan Boucher. They run the ball through sets of hands. 8 on the shot clock. Boucher, for his first points in the match, comes up with the goods. Still double figures separating these teams after 60 seconds of the final term. Phil Jones harassing Greg Blake, the ball spilling out of court. And Blake will restart. Spent last season with the Melbourne Tigers, Greg Blake. Nathan Croswell spent time with the Melbourne Tigers as well. Here he is showing Olsen some tricks, but outsmarted himself. The ball batted down onto his foot and out of court. Delay of game warning against Nathan Croswell. He's baiting Tim Mills, looking for a tech here as Mark Wright chooses the year of Michael Aylen. Not an easy life being a referee.
Why would you?
Boucher. Now Phil Jones, guarded by Blake. They go to the big man, Yona Inosa. Now Williams. Rejected by Ballinger, who now has his 5th block in the match. He's been light on offensively tonight, Adam Ballinger. 3 of 11 for his 7 points, including 1 of 5 from deep. He's picked up 9 rebounds and 5 blocks to be quite a defensive presence. And now a technical foul for Greg Blake. Well, half of that belongs to Nathan Croswell. He wound up Tim Mills, and Greg Blake tipped him over the edge.
That's exactly right, Case. He did wind him up. And you have to, and out on the court, you got to get a sense for whether the referees have had enough. And he obviously had enough.
Jones 1 of 2 from the free throw line tonight. New Zealand at 12 of 18 overall. Victoria's free throw shooting has been poor, 8 of 17.
This is a crucial part of the game for Victoria. I mean, they were right on the verge of blowing New Zealand out. And a couple of plays have allowed New Zealand to get back into it. A passive interior pass that Dylan Boucher gets 2 on, and then a technical foul as 1 in possession. It doesn't take much to swing the momentum around in this game. New Zealand just has not had the ability to string a couple of them together to be a real serious threat here tonight.
Well, the official attendance from the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, 1,743. So the crowd's improving all the time here. While there is some spare seats at the ends of the court, majority of the rest of it is fairly much full as Sonosa comes up empty against Ben Pepper. That's an excellent defensive job, winning the applause of Coach Mark Bright.
They got a little battle going on down there. Sonosa and Pepper, they are just hammering one another.
I'm sure their paths crossed in the New Zealand NBL. Sonosa, who has stepped in for the injured Ben Melmoth, has shown us enough tonight to suggest that he'd be a handy recruit. 8 on the shot clock for Dave Bueller. Can't get past Brad Williams and travelled in the process, according to Ian Watts, as Brad Williams supplies the good D.
Once Ray Borner retired from the NBL, the referees don't allow anybody to do that hop, skip, and a jump move anymore.
Williams goes to Phil Jones. Single numbers on the shot clock now. The break is down by double figures. Budnikov got enough of it to bat it to Nathan Croswell. New Zealand comes up empty. Boucher reaching in will pick up the foul.
He is relentless. And he grabbed the arm of Nathan Croswell. No doubt the foul, but yeah, he is one of those guys, even when he's beat, you got to worry about where he is.
Feaster lobbing the ball for Ben Pepper. It was a poor pass. New Zealand have picked up the pieces. Aaron Olsen brings them forward. They're down by double figures. Boucher goes down. No whistle forthcoming. Now he gets the ball. He may have found a wet spot on the floor, and we're going to attend to that.
Either that or he created one with that big slide. For a guy that has 2 points, Case, he has made his mark on this game. He's 1 of 4 from the field, but he has definitely made his mark on the game. Loose balls, steals, pieces of the basketball.
Let's break it up, Zach.
Very useful commodity is Dylan Boucher as he powers into Gary Budnikov and picks up his 4th personal.
That's a good defensive play. Budnikov just anticipates where he wanted to go and wasn't able to put the brakes on.
4 fouls on the breakers inside the first 3 minutes. This final period is going to make it difficult for them down the stretch. Croswell finds Rob Feaster getting away from Boucher, going on with the dribble. It did not look pretty, but it's not how, it's how many. Feaster now with 9 points in the match. A dozen separates them. As Aaron Olsen works around the perimeter. Only 1 field goal to his credit so far, and that's a poor pass doing no favours for Mayara Winatana. At the other end, Budnikov lays up another 2. Victoria by 14, the biggest margin we've seen in the match.
That was a great pass from Nathan Croswell. Just skipped it right into a full stride Gary Budnikov.
Budnikov with 14 points, 6 rebounds. Mayara Winatana works the ball down low, where it's Brad Williams against Feaster with a height advantage. Spinning to the baseline, drawing a foul on Rob Feaster. And the Victoria Giants now pick up their 4th foul in this period as well.
Nathan Croswell with a word into the ear of the captain, Rob Feaster. Probably one of those plays that Brad Williams was going to shoot a tough shot. He really bailed him out by putting him on the line.
Well, I mentioned this is Brad Williams' highest score as a New Zealand breaker. His career best of 28 in his career.
And there's no reason for him not to bring this type of game every night. And he hasn't done anything outrageous that he can't possibly do. You know, he hasn't, gone 6 3-pointers. He's not going to do that for you. He's just been very active, and he can do that every night.
Buer looking for Ben Pepper, working on Blake Truslove, who fouled out last night in Adelaide. Budnikov, hook shot wouldn't work for him. That's good hustle from Dave Buer. He deserves more than whatever they're paying him. His body is on the line almost every night. Getting good mileage out of the mature, shall we say, Dave Buer, born in 1967. Here's Paul Hanari. Now Brad Williams against Buer. 4 on the shot clock. Needs to make something happen. Dylan Boucher's not aware of the situation, or is he? Travelled in the process.
We're going to travel, and we're out of time.
Frank Arcega, the assistant coach, offering advice for Jeff Green, 4-time coach of the year in New Zealand. Only once in 9 seasons in New Zealand has Jeff Green had a losing season. He's a winner. This is unfamiliar territory for him. A team that's 1-4 and down by a dozen with 7 minutes to play. Buer puts it on the floor against Blake Truslove, over Brad Williams as well, and Dave Buer gets his second field goal. It was worth waiting for. Winatana elevating off the money, loose ball, spills to Reece Carter. Now Budnikov has Hanari to beat, waits for the support. It's Reece Carter who started it, and he's going to finish it as well. 17-point margin, 6.5 minutes to play. And the Breakers, having played last night in Adelaide, might be running out of steam. Truslove, who fouled out in 19 minutes last night. Nice to have some petrol in the tank. He goes to Boucher, who works to the baseline, rejected by Ballinger, who scoops up the loose ball. Block number 6 for Ballinger. Almost as many blocks as he has points at the moment. Buer can't finish it. Winatana with the rebound. Against Feaster, needs some help, provided by Dylan Boucher. Rob Feaster starting to rise to the occasion against Paora Winatana. Here's Williams. Turnaround jumper from Brad Williams, never looked like missing. 21 now for the former Sydney and Canberra player.
Boy, he has done a great job of staying within his game tonight. He's capable of knocking that medium range jump shot down, just mixing it up with some quick moves to the hoop.
Free throws to come for the Victoria Giants. 5th team foul on New Zealand in this final term, as Phil Jones comes back into the match. Well, along with Lindsay Tate, Paul Hanari and Dylan Boucher go to the bench.
Paul Hanari takes a break. And Boucher takes a break.
That's always going to be a tough cover for Truslove. 20 feet away from the basket, guarding a perimeter player. And I know they have to keep their intensity up, try and keep ball pressure on, but that's a tough matchup.
Gary Budnikov now with 15 points in the match. His career high is 22, which came at this venue 2 weeks ago against the Cairns Taipans in a match Victoria won by 6. Williams firing a little deep with it. Loose ball. Reece Carter climbing upstairs, wrestling with Paora Winatana and doing a great job as he wins it back. Buer to Feaster, who collides with Phil Jones. Carter from the same spot, this time a little deep with it, and Lindsay Tate comes up with the ball. And Phil Jones mentioned to the referee there was a wet spot on the floor, so he did the right thing and called a halt to proceedings. As Blake Truslove and Paora Winatana go to the bench, and Olsen and Yona Enosa come back. Just 7 points for the New Zealand Breakers in this period, and we've played 7 minutes.
Real good. Didn't clean the floors at home, did they?
Vancouver takes a break. We've got Ben Pepper back in the game.
Ben Pepper comes back for Dave Buer. Buer sits down with 5 points.
Break it up, Bill.
As Lindsay Tate takes Reece Carter on his former teammate, and it's tipped in by the big man Yona Enosa.
2 points, Lindsay Tate.
Still 14 separating the teams.
All right, push him back.
Reece Carter working on Lindsay Tate. Now Ben Pepper. In turn, Budnikov, 7 on the shot clock, guarded by Phil Jones. Here's Feaster, baseline double team. That's a tough shot. Pepper couldn't get it over the front of the rim, goes back for seconds and eventually gets the job done. 5 of 6 from the field, Ben Pepper, with his 12 points. 14. As Phil Jones takes Budnikov on, the fans wanted a travelling violation called on Phil Jones. He'll pick up his 5th foul instead.
And he definitely walked. Maybe the referees wanted to see what kind of shot he was going to put up after that move.
They let that one go and then pull up Casey Frank, dunking the ball.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. As he took at least 3 steps.
Well, the Breakers have had trouble scoring points this season. They rattled up only 73 against Cairns and then 78 against Wollongong. 73 is the lowest score of the season so far. And that might be in some danger here. With a little over 4 minutes to play, and the Kiwis restricted to only 64. Last night in Adelaide, they came in with 105, but Adelaide must have won 34, the highest score of the year so far. Lindsay Tate came up empty. Yona Enosa with the offensive rebound, though, and he's got 4 of those as the Breakers rack up 50 rebounds to 39 from Victoria. And Enosa gets to the free throw line, and Reece Carter sits down.
15 points.
Wait, Lindsay Tate just shot that bank shot. It wasn't even close. And at times you just wonder how they are going to score.
Under 4 minutes left. 14 is the margin. 16, in fact, the margin. As Blake gets it down to Feaster, had a good steal on Olsen, confronted by Enosa, forced to retreat. Ballinger, he tries his luck hard to the rack unsuccessfully, and Phil Jones scoops up the loose ball, looks for Lindsay Tate, who steps inside Rob Feaster, and a double dribble violation is called on Lindsay Tate. Not convinced. I get the impression that Lindsay Tate, playing against his former teammates from last season, is trying a little too hard. I'm sure he's got a lot of friends and fans here in the Giants audience, and he's trying to make a statement. Croswell milking the clock for a long time. Blake works at the Feaster, 5 on the shot clock for the captain. He penetrates, takes them on, short-armed it from close range, and Enosa scoops it up. Olsen has Casey Frank ahead of him, decides to go solo, and Enosa is there for the offensive rebound and the putback. 10 points, 9 boards now for Yona Enosa, who again is impressing. He has 5 of the 12 points scored by New Zealand in this period. As Rob Feaster watches the shot clock into single figures once more. Continuation's going to be waved away, unfortunately, and Yona Enosa will pick up the foul. His 6th personal. Ooh.
I thought that could have counted.
Enosa exits the game early, but we've been impressed from what we've seen. 4 of 7 from the field. He has 10 points, 9 rebounds. And that's backing up after last night's effort in Adelaide, where he finished with 12 points and 7 boards. It's been that sort of night for Rob Feaster. Eventually he's got it rolling, and there are people picking up fouls off the ball to deprive him of any points.
Yeah, probably any other game he wouldn't even be asking for that one.
6 fouls. Thanks for coming, Mr. Rosa.
Well, Yona Renosa's disappointed as he heads to the bench, but he needn't be. He really has been a presence against this big Victoria lineup that boasts the biggest man in the NBL, Ben Pepper, along with the likes of Rob Feaster and Adam Ballinger.
Tickets for November the 8th West Sydney game.
And Yona Renosa, well, I'm sure we haven't seen the best of him.
Okay, so once he gets some help, you know, hopefully he'll stay in the roster. And it's not just a temporary thing. If he gets some help down low, he'll be tough.
For him on the tray, that's your job. Okay, penetrate as much as you can deep. You step away from the basket, go to the basket when he goes. Otherwise, we're looking for you two. Okay, every opportunity. All we're doing is going to go down and go into breakers. Okay, you two in the stack, pop out on the breakers. You drive the lane. You two pop out. Looking outside, otherwise you two inside. Okay? Then we've got to play some defense. Then we've got to play some good defense. Hey, we can't afford to let Croswell just back us down. You've got to be into him. You've got to be into him. Okay?
Hey, what I reckon is after the 2-minute mark, right, let the guards get the ball. When they throw it to the big man, foul the big man. Pepper, every time. Going down like one more good defensive stop for a 3, run the lanes, get it up and hit the guys. Got it? Breakers. Every time we go going down the last 2 minutes. Straight away.
Fox TV. And Golden IT for all your information.
Okay, so you have a correction in the attendance. I think someone just walked in.
Well, I'll take anyone they can get at the moment. And Jeff Green, well, he's watched his team not give this one away, but certainly they should be a lot closer than they are at the moment. Victoria hasn't played to its capacity. They led at half-time by 4 points, New Zealand, and they were shooting 27% from the field. So I guess it hasn't been a very attractive game so far. But we still have 2.5 minutes left, and Aaron Olsen is still firing. Still with his problems. 1 of 5 from the field for Aaron Olsen, including none of 3 from deep. New Zealand 2 of 14 from long range. Victoria have nailed 9 threes. As Brad Williams sneaks back door and comes up with the dunk. 23 now for Brad Williams. Only Ben Milmuth's 29 on opening night has been a higher individual tally for the New Zealand Breakers. This is their 6th game of the season. Croswell fighting off Lindsay Tate. Shot clock to single numbers. Croswell wants to take him on. Tate rejected the shot. Good defensive work from Lindsay Tate. And now Phil Jones is fouled by Rob Feaster, who picks up his 5th. Free throws to come for the New Zealand Breakers. But Mark Wright calls timeout with 1:57 left on the clock. And he doesn't look like he's particularly thrilled at the moment.
Let's go, villains.
Let's see if we can listen in.
Yeah, why?
There you go. Ball here. Crosby's here. Here's Pep. Here's Balls. Here's Pep. Here's Balls. And here's Blakey. Okay? Pass to Cross. Down screen for you, Balls. You're popping up into here. Pass comes to you. Here's Rob. Kick it on to Blakey. You're out here now. That leaves Rob right here screening away from Pep, who stepped off the block. Away screen. He's spinning back and posting underneath. Here's you, Balls. Here's Cross. Here's Pep. Here's Blakey. And here's Rob. Isolated. When the ball goes inside, Pep, you slip in, go to the boards. Cross, you come to safety. Balls, you step in here for the boards. Like you get to the foul line as well after he goes into his play. All right? We all got it? Go and run it. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Obviously very irritated with that. I think he could have told him that at training on Monday.
1:57 left on the clock. The quarter-by-quarter breakdown. Victoria only 10 points in the second term, the lowest scoring quarter in the NBL this season.
1 minute 57 to go.
The New Zealand Breakers, they haven't set the world on fire either. 14 is their lowest scoring quarter this season so far. But they still have 1:57 on the clock and plenty of time to rectify that, as Phil Jones does on the free throw line.
The case right on the back of a 16 and 17 point quarter.
We'll put it down to a new venue in the NBL that the players are coming to terms with. Casey Frank goes down. And that's the end of one of our monitors.
Steve Carpino nearly had him with him. You right, Steve? Beautiful.
There you go. We're back on the air. Thoughts of Mike Kelly coming at me again, Steve, like he did at Melbourne Park a few years ago. And
I saw you flinch. I should give you 2 for that.
He did a pretty good job, Mike Kelly. He bowled over 2 TV monitors and a whole host of other electrical equipment. And I didn't hear a sorry.
No. Yeah, you're still waiting for that. Mike Kelly's in the league. If you're out there listening, Mike, we're still waiting.
In fact, I might even send him a bill. Adam Ballinger, 8 points, 11 boards, but 6 block shots. And a good job for the defensive end. Here's Phil Jones giving Rob Feaster some problems, but Feaster's second ever was exemplary. Michael Aylan didn't see it as a foul. Phil Jones believes that one was lost in the interpretation. Michael Aylan obviously doesn't speak New Zealand. Here's Olsen with his shoulder down. Phil Jones against Feaster. Gets him going the wrong way. Marches into the paint. Hard to the rack. Draws a foul on Ballinger. Phil Jones is off to the free throw line. 16 points in the match for Jones on 6 of 21 shooting. Ballinger with 6 blocks to his credit. Going for number 7.
Jones has a very sweet stroke.
Phil Jones, 18 points.
Well, 18 now for Jones, a long way from the 105 he scored in a Dunedin club match. And Phil Jones is going to exit as well. He will foul out of the match. Jones fouls out for the first time in the NBL. He leaves us with 18 points, including 4 in this final period.
How many did he score?
105.
Here we go.
That's a lot of points against anybody. You know, Mary, sister of the blind. Anybody. You got to put the ball in the basket that many times. Wilt Chamberlain had 100. Cheryl Miller, Reggie Miller's sister, had 105 in a 32-minute game.
Presumably not many assists, though.
I don't think I could date a girl that could outplay me. That wouldn't go down real well.
Let's go, John fans. Clap your hands. Come on.
This is Lindsay Tate reaching in Crosswell with a hand in the cookie jar. Will send Tate to the free throw line.
Keep clapping.
Lindsay Tate in Adelaide last night played almost 14 minutes, finished with 7 points. Both teams are struggling from the free throw line. Lindsay Tate with his points all from the free throw line. And speaking of the free throw line, let's send Nathan Croswell to the other end of the floor as Lindsay Tate picks up his first. 27 fouls now for New Zealand overall. Victoria has 26. And at the top of the show, I told you New Zealand averaged 28 per game, which is the most in the NBL.
Normally, you know, a minute and a half, 12-point difference when New Zealand had the ball. You'd think, you know, this isn't over. But the way these teams are scoring tonight, or the way these teams are not scoring, I should say, 12 points in a minute and a half just ain't going to happen by anybody.
Lindsay Tate now finds Aaron Olsen ready to shoot. Their long-range shooting again has been poor. 2 of 15 from the three-point line. And that's on top of the 21 of 84 they had in the 5 games coming into this match.
Casey Frank not giving him much choice. doing his best to stop the clock. He banked that in.
Well, it's been that type of night shooting-wise.
Again? No.
88-73. 15-point ball game. Final 60 seconds from the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. Can it finish quickly enough? Winatana's shot wouldn't tumble. Feaster slaps it out of court. New Zealand will restart. Only 5 field goals for New Zealand in this period. Same for Victoria. Brad Williams from close range. He made it look easy. 25 in the game. He leads all scorers, Brad Williams. Nathan Croswell resumes his battle with Lindsay Tate. 26 seconds, the differential between the game clock and the shot clock, which is now down to 7. Croswell's lost it. Here comes Aaron Olsen. The queuing up to come with him. Olsen goes solo and he drills the 3rd triple of the match for the New Zealand Breakers. So it won't be the lowest score in the NBL this season. And a 10-point ball game. The Breakers have scored the last 5 points to try and add some respectability to the tally. Lindsay Tate with his foot on the accelerator, coast to coast. He dishes off. Winatana wasn't expecting the pass. Croswell can have the last play with Adam Ballinger for the dunk. Oh, at last we've got something to get excited about. The play of the game comes on the full-time buzzer, and the Victoria Giants have got home in the final analysis in convincing fashion. New Zealand lose their 5th consecutive game, and the Victoria Giants win by 12. We are out of time. It's Victoria 90, New Zealand 78. We'll catch you soon here on Fox Sports.
This has been a Fox Sports production.
Now there's a great new way to keep your car smelling fresher for longer. New Glade Car Fresh. The sleek new design activates and attaches easily.
Clip on here, Glade Car Fresh.
And it freshens without fading for up to 45 days.
Freshness that will fade. Freshness that's
with adjustable vents for just the right amount of freshness.
Glade Car Freshness everywhere.
New Glade Car Fresh. Fresh from Glade.
Justin, what is that?
It's a plan. Yes, to save the world from cavity with Colgate.
I can show you how it works. This seashell is made of calcium, like teeth. Colgate has microparticles of calcium and active fluoride that protects from food acids to make teeth stronger.
Cool, you can join us. We're gonna be famous. Save the world from cavity.
With Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection.
Wednesday on Sky Sport, join Brendan Pongier and his Courtside crew for Export Gold Courtside, setting the scene and counting you down to tip-off in the NBL's big game.
Yes, he got it! Brilliant shot!
With the latest word from the team benches, league news and action profiles with your favorite NBL stars, plus the vibe from the fans in the stands.
Catch me every Wednesday night at the NBL preview show.
Export Gold Courtside, Wednesday on Sky Sport.
Coverage of the Australian NBL on Sky Sport is brought to you in association with Harvey Norman.
Last night in Wellington, the Breakers failed to break their losing streak. The Taipans winning the first game of this doubleheader 81-68. While Pedro Cameron made his debut for the Breakers, racking up 24 minutes of game time, he could only score 4 points. Phil Jones was once again the Breakers' top scorer with 16. Brad Williams and Blake Truslove, who was so impressive for the Breakers on the road, failed to spark and will need to produce good numbers tonight if the Breakers are to break out of their slump. For the Taipans, it's the Twin Towers, the M&Ms, tough and tougher, Marcus Timmins and Melvin Thomas, who are the players to watch. The two combined for 74 minutes of game time, 40 points and 22 rebounds, outscoring and out-rebounding the Breakers, starting 5 by themselves. Will the Taipans complete the sweep? It's time to find out. Live from the North Shore Event Centre, it's the Snakes against the Breakers. Hi everybody and welcome along to the North Shore Event Centre for round 2 of this doubleheader between the Harvey Norman New Zealand Breakers and the Cairns Taipans. I'm Dennis Katsanos and tonight we have got a great game of basketball lined up for you. Something we can guarantee for you. It's going to be fast, it's going to be physical, and it is going to be full on. Now apart from the Breakers game last night, there has been plenty of action in round 5 in the NBL. On Wednesday night, the Pirates notched up their very first victory against the 36ers and the Crocs snapped up the Giants. Then last night the Crocs were down by the Kings and the Hawks defeated the Razorbacks. Now what that means is that the Hawks are just that one game behind the Kings at the top of the table. Then in third is the Tigers. Then in the fourth, the Taipans have moved up there after their victory last night, and rounding out the top 8 is the Bullets, the Giants, the Razorbacks and the 36ers. Congratulations to Joanna Winstanley. Joanna, you have picked up for yourself a brand new Samsung DVD player thanks to Harvey Norman and Samsung. Now the way she did it is she predicted the halftime score. So this is all you have to do, right? Is you grab your mobile phone, you text 8688 with what you think is going to be the halftime score. So if you think the Breakers are going to be leading 70-66, you type in Breakers 70-66. If you think the Taipans are going to be leading 32-29, you type in Taipans 32-29. We're going to let you know whether you won the DVD tonight, and also you go into the draw to win for yourself a 48-inch plasma screen TV at the end of the Breakers season. Now, two very important things to remember is that it's going to cost you 50 cents for your text, and you've got to get your text in by the end of the first quarter. Now, one guy that was here way before the first quarter, in fact, early in the afternoon when we got here, he was shooting from the three-point, he was shooting from the free throw line. He was practicing for about an hour while we were here early this afternoon as shooting guard Phil Jones, and as we know, shooting has been the Achilles heel for the Breakers.
Yeah, it has been, Dennis. Shooting has been the problem, especially from the free throw line, Hayden. Last night we shot 51.9%.
Yeah, 51.9% isn't going to get it done in this league. You want to be up around 70-75% at least, and a really bad night from the stripe for the Breakers last night.
Both teams didn't shoot well from the field. The Taipans shooting 38.1 and the Breakers 35.8. It was a great defensive effort last night.
Yeah, it was a defensive struggle. We saw that the difference was that the Taipans made a better percentage from the three-point line and from the foul line.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we look at the second quarter, especially for our home side, 12 points. We can't score 12 points and expect to win a ball game.
Yeah, the second quarter has been very tough for the Breakers all year, and you can see there on the graphic that the second quarter has actually been not as good as the first quarter in nearly all of their games.
Yeah, I think it's because of the way they start. They're hyped up in the start of the first quarter. Second quarter, I think they need to get back to the game plan. Jeff Green says he wants more shots.
Yeah, definitely. In Jeff Green's system, he wants to get up, 80 to 90 shots a game. Last night, they only got up 67 shots. So, they need to be a bit looser and get some more shots up tonight, for sure.
Yeah, another key thing, I don't think we're setting good enough screens for our shooters. Phil Jones is getting the odd look here and there. I think he needs to get better looks.
Well, the defense in this league is great, and you have to set good screens for your shooters. Otherwise, Phil Jones is not going to get free. They mark him as close as they can because he's the danger for the Breakers team.
Yeah, I think there's a few changes. We're looking at the starting 5. Dylan Boucher is not in the starting 5. What's up with that?
Well, as you know, Brendan, it's who finishes the game, not who starts it. I think they're going to save Dylan, make sure he doesn't get into foul trouble so they can utilise him later in the game so he's got more legs and can be aggressive towards the end of the game.
They brought Polder Winitana in. Polder last night in the third quarter. He sparked the Breakers in the third quarter.
Yeah, he definitely had his best game for the Breakers so far in the season, and let's hope that Polder can continue that because he's a great asset to the Breakers team.
Yeah, Casey Frank, he had a great offensive rebounding game. We need more from Casey. If we can get him scoring 16 points, 10 rebounds, that will make the team a lot more effective.
Yeah, we need a strong inside presence tonight because that will free up our outside game. So the forwards really have to come to play tonight and put up good numbers.
A huge key, I think, is turnovers. We turn the ball over 23 times. Both teams turn the ball over a lot. You can't afford to do it at this level.
No, we have to take care of the ball, and it's going to be interesting tonight to see who wins that defensive struggle, who can force the other team into more mistakes.
Now, I had a talk to the confident Jeff Green before the game. He's had 1 win, 6 losses, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, that's a number I don't like to hear at the moment, Pongs, but yeah, you're right, and in this game you've got to be able to step up to the plate, and you know, I'm sure we'll step up to the plate. I think we're pretty close to getting some wins, and you know, I think some of the basic fundamentals that we've been putting in place in the last few weeks are starting to show. You know, we were very competitive for long periods of the game last night, and you know, that's the key, as I've always said. If we're able to play 48 minutes in this league, then we're going to be competitive and going to be there at the end of ball games, and I think it's starting to come. You know, but unfortunately, the pressures of coaching in this league are pretty tough, and you know, you can't ask for patience for too much longer, can you, at 1-6?
Coach, let's talk about the free throw shooting. It was pretty abysmal last night.
Yeah, well, you and I have had some good free throw shooting competitions over the years, and these guys aren't able to wear our jock straps when it comes to shooting free throws, are they? But yeah, it was disappointing. They know that, and you know, it's just one of those things. You know, we're a better free throw shooting team. That's probably our worst performance the whole year. You know, we're up around 75, 77% for the season. So that was disappointing, and that had a huge impact on the game.
Well, Guy Malloy was full of praise for his side last night. He was very happy with the way the Taipans held through it, especially when the Breakers came back at them. And one thing he hasn't done, he has not changed his winning formula with his starting 5, has he?
Yeah, I look at the guy that really impressed me last night was Thomas. On the offensive boards, he was rebounding everything. We weren't boxing him out. We've got to do that tonight if we're going to be in to win the game.
Yeah, he's lethal. He had 24 points, 14 rebounds, and he really hurt the Breakers last night. And you know, we've got Timmins there and also Davidson, who really put on a show last night.
What about our own Kiwi boy, Tony Rampton? He came out and had a blinder last night. He really dominated on the boards. I think they dominated us on the boards last night, and that's a key area we need to box out.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to give up offensive boards, and we need to get the rebounds ourselves so we can get out and get into our running game.
Yeah, well, I talked to Coach Malloy just before the game, and he was pretty upbeat about what was going to happen tonight.
I think any changes you make are only cosmetic at this point. 24 hours, not a lot of adjustments you can make, so we'll just roll the balls out and go again.
You talked about turnovers last night. You weren't happy with the team turning over the ball 25 times.
Yeah, it's way too many. You know, we've had 2 games in a row where we've done that. We've got to take a little better care of the ball. So we were lucky last night. We got the win with that many turnovers. It has to be better tonight.
What do you expect from the hometown boys tonight?
Exactly what they've given us each time. It's a highly physical battle. They're going to be tough. We know that for sure. I mean, the fact we've won 2 games doesn't mean anything. Tonight's a whole new story.
Any injuries? That we saw Timmins, he looked like he got a little bit injured last night. Is he going to be up again tonight?
Yeah, he's limping around a little bit, so I don't know that he's 100%. He's obviously pretty key for us, and yeah, we just hope he gets through the game well.
Good luck, Coach.
Anthony Stewart. Can the Taipans make the clean sweep? Can they make it 3 from 3 against the Breakers, or will the Breakers finally overcome that losing streak? Well, now is the time to find out as we hand over to Hayden Smythe and Bob Montai for tip-off.
Thank you, Dennis. Well, here we go. This is game 3 in this series. Already early in the season, they will have played the Taipans 3 times. Hayden Smythe, can you call this a must game for the Breakers?
I think it is. You know, they need a win tonight, because after tonight they've got 12 days off to think about either a win or a loss, and they don't want to go into that break having lost 7 games in a row.
Well, there's a couple of factors. We keep talking about statistics and percentages. Basketball is a sport that sort of thrives on that sort of talk, but they only have to push those statistics up a couple of notches, I believe. Now, one of the interesting things is the big 3, what I call the big 3, the Twin Towers, Timmins and Thomas, and the little guy on the ground floor, Davidson, have amongst them 787 games of NBL experience. That's a big factor in the ballgame.
Yeah, you can't speak enough about experience, especially in this league, and I think that's what the Breakers are finding out, Bob, that, you know, you've got to play 48 minutes, and last night it showed that the experience of the Taipans, that they knew that they had to play tough all game.
Well, we got a good crowd here tonight. We got 2 referees from last night, Alan Good and Dallas Pickering and Gavin Pugh is joining. So they're joining those two. So there'll be 3 referees. And we're just moments away from tip-off. Thomas, Rampton, Timmins, you see him coming onto the court. A lot of feeling between these two teams. They're actually very evenly matched. And even though the Taipans have won 2 games, the first was by 11 points, last night by 13. But there's been a lot of bumping, shoving, and whooping in this matchup between these 2 teams. We're going to see that again.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle tonight because both teams definitely want to win it. They're very evenly matched, so let's see who comes out on top. Bob, who are you picking for the first quarter?
Oh, I've got the Breakers in the first quarter. I think they're going to blow things apart here in the first quarter. They'll probably score 30-plus points. We're going to have about a 4-point lead. Having said that, there's the commentator's curse on Paolo Winatano, who's getting his first start. Stewart from a long way out. Whoa, 3-0 Taipans.
Yeah, we saw Stewart hit some deep ones last night, and the Breakers are really going to have to address him tonight.
Well, I think there's a couple of things that the coaches ought to be doing. First, they've got to mix up the defenses a bit. Inosa misses 2 shots down, or 2 shots up, none down, and Stewart fortunately misses that 3-pointer. And there's the little man in the basement, Davidson. Timmins starting just like they did last night. I was saying 2 things I think the Breakers have to do. Mix up the defenses a little bit more. Be good to half-court trap, but even probably a full-court press every now and then. And secondly, they can't give up so many fouls in the first half.
Yeah, I think you're right, Bob. We've seen traditionally from a Jeff Green team that they do throw a lot of defenses at you, full court, half court, and I don't think we've seen the best of the Breakers defense so far this year.
No, I don't think so either. Now's the time to start showing it. The third thing, I think, would be really interesting to see some of the Breaker lineups settle into play a little bit more. That stop rotating players quite as frequently as they have. Players thrive on game time, and it takes a couple of minutes sometimes to develop a little chemistry. So maybe if they could just leave a unit of 5 players out there a little bit longer, it might actually help their offensive production.
Yeah, well, the Breakers are definitely a new team. You were talking about an experience before. In this league, the Breakers, each player has 7 games under their belt versus 700 of the Taipans. So.
Well, Yoni Inosa goes down on the floor. He's just saying welcome home to Tony Rampton, the boy from New Plymouth. He's got 50-odd games for the Taipans. And he's one of our big hopes for the Sydney Olympics. 7-2, 5-point spread already for the Taipans. They would love to beat the Breakers 3 in a row. That's pretty tough to do.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to beat the same team 3 times at whatever your sport you play. So here we see Phil Jones.
Oh, yes.
As you like.
Well, that came, it's like watching a 3D movie there when it came right at us. Nothing but net. 8-5. Taipans by 3. Spreading their offense very widely. Davidson, hyperactive little guard. A great little thief he is on defense, and he knocks down a 3-pointer.
Yeah, we talked last night about the TNT, but Davidson, for me, led from the front. The defense, the hustle, and put so much pressure on the Breakers guards that really, I thought he was probably the MVP for the Titans last night.
I think you're probably right. We could call them the 3 T's, tough, tougher, and tenacious. Hey, Philip Jones gets a putback. Well, Jones starting quickly as he did last night. Now, if he can just stay out of foul trouble, the Breakers will be able to make better use of him. Be interesting to watch Timmins. He has, we understand, a corked thigh. Seems to be moving pretty freely, and nice shooting from Tony Rampton.
Yeah, Tony Rampton off to a good start tonight.
It does the confidence no end of good to knock down your first shot or 2, as Rampton just did there. Phil Jones goes inside. Probably had the wind knocked out of him. He's helped up. Thomas went over, helped him off the floor. He knew he really got a good shot at him.
You see Phil driving left and basically mugged.
Aren't you glad this is a non-contact sport?
Well, that's what they say, Bob, but pitchers don't lie.
Think what it could be if it was a contact sport. Jones on the line. Well, I'm going to break the commentator's curse tonight. I'm going to talk about these free throws. They call it the charity stripe. There's nothing charitable about standing out there in the middle of the court, 3,000 watching while you miss one. It's actually quite difficult to shoot. Davidson goes the length of the court, and Tony Rampton gets the putback, slams the lid on the bucket. It's a 15-8 lead, 7 points. Early on here, period number 1. Jones from the corner. Inosa, big rebound, makes a muscle move.
That's great. I mean, we need some inside presence to free up our outside presence. Yona last night played 20 minutes, only had 3 points, and you know, if he's playing that much, we'd like to see better point production out of Yona for the Breakers.
We've got to get point production from the inside, and Rampton has the ball rejected by Casey Frank. 1 meter vertical leap, but he's called for goaltending. The shot counts, 17-10. Got his hand in the net or touched the ring. That's illegal, and the basket counts. Thomas with a rebound and igniting the fast break. Very quick for a big man. Knocks it out to Stewart, who began the game with a three-pointer.
Great defense, Casey Frank. You saw him step up there in the lane. His feet were stationary, and the offensive player ran into him, taking the foul.
Well, you can't help but hold your breath on these charging calls. And in fact, he was probably still moving laterally just a bit. Nice call. Goes the Breakers' way, 17-10, 7-point lead, 7:50 left in period number 1. Taipans versus the Breakers, 3rd time this season. Phil Jones starts for the move. Hey, it's all Phil Jones early on here for the Breakers. Jones already with 10 points, game's leading scorer. Rampton will back in, I would think, against Inosa. No, he looks underneath. Davidson, nice little move. Plays big man. Every point guard likes to think of themselves as a baseline go-to man. Isn't that right?
Definitely, Bob. I think I was a center in a guard's body.
That's absolutely right. Shaquille O'Neal in a 1.8 meter body.
Yeah, and there we see Polder Winatana taking it aggressively to the hoop, and we need to see that every time he gets the ball. He's so exciting going to the hoop, and it's really his one of his key attributes to in his repertoire of offensive moves.
Polder brought a good deal of intensity and enthusiasm when he got on the court last night, and as a result, he's earned a start on the line. And these have got to go down if the Breakers are going to have a chance of winning this ball game. Thomas up there on the ring to get the rebound. 2 free throws missed. The woes from the free throw line continue for the Breakers. Tight man-to-man defense.
Yeah, there we see the Taipans again running the triangle offense, and Phil Jones comes up with a block, and
the Reefton kid knocks down 3. Phil Jones, 13. The Breakers, 15. What a start Phil Jones is having. Team shooting percentage looking pretty good right now. Compliments of Phil Jones. Rampton throws it inside. Thomas pushed out of bounds by Casey Frank.
Well, Dennis mentioned at the top of the program that Phil was out shooting, and he definitely is showing that practice this morning paid off.
Grabeau has a shot blocked. That was Phil Jones, who then turned and ran, caught the fast break pass, and put in the 2. 19-15, Breakers clawing their way back into the ball game here with 6:18 left in the first period.
And yeah, Casey Frank just picked up 2 quick fouls, and we've got Pero Cameron coming into the game. Now, Pero last night, Bob, shot 1 of 8 from the field, probably one of his quietest games, and I don't expect him to miss those easy sitters like he did last night.
No, I don't think so either. He'll shoot much better as well. It's very tough to come in, play your first game in one that was as intense as the one last night, and so many hopes and aspirations riding on this man's shoulders, the whole team. I think he'd be more relaxed. They probably have a much better shooting percentage tonight. Little spin move to the hoop, and he just barges his way in, gives it off to Inosa. Good assist.
Yeah, you just saw Pero there. Once he moves, nobody can really. He's so big and strong that it's going to be difficult for any of the Taipans to keep up with him tonight.
Well, Philip Jones on the bench, and to his left, Dylan Boucher, who started last night, has been a starter most of the season. Was on the bench tonight, but he's a real impact player. He'll be in before long. Boucher, one of the league's leading steal, forces more turnovers per game than most of the players in the league.
Something I was thinking about, Bob, is that some of these breakers, they have probably never lost 6 games in a row before. I know Pero, the likes of Pero, Dylan Boucher would have never have lost that many games, probably almost in a season. So it's going to be interesting to see how they react and how they turn that around tonight.
Well, that's a good point. There's certainly a lot of pride at stake. When you have a 6-game losing streak, it really does get you a little bit self-thinking, self-doubting in a sense. But as you say, this is the longest losing streak the Breakers have ever had. Oh no, we're back to that one. Inosa inside over David Cooper. It just doesn't go down. Fast break, Timmons. Left-hander goes left. Ball sits on the ring and Inosa scrapes it off.
Yeah, tonight's game's a lot faster, a lot more free-flowing, and I think that's going to suit the Breakers down the track. So there we see Inosa from the top of the key, in and out, but I think Yona really needs to get down on the block, down low on the low post, and keep doing what he does. Go to the hoop strong.
Well, you're right. He's in there to play the low post. He's in there to get some offensive boards and certainly control the defensive board. Now, Blake Truslove, number 41, has come in. From the top of the key, you see the shot go down. Grabeau gets the rebound, but his foot was out of bounds. Hence, the Breakers get it again, and Henry lights it up.
Yeah, lovely little play there by the Breakers. High screen for Paulie to come off, and he hits the 3-pointer in the corner. There we see Thomas going to the hoop, and Pero Cameron comes up the rebound. See how he grabs the ball, and they're off running.
Henry just would have been nice if he'd coming out in 2. Truslove puts the ball on the floor and has it stolen by Cooper. He'd gone straight up, I think he would have scored 2 points.
Yeah, like you mentioned last night, I don't think there's any need for him to put the ball on the floor there, but it's just a natural instinct that basketball players are a bad natural instinct, I think, at times.
Well, they think they'll get a little bit of extra height. Oh, nice little feed from Cooper. Thomas's shot just falls short. 24-23, 56 left in the first period. Blake Truslove has got to get into the game tonight. What's the feed here? That's like a point guard dishing up spaghetti and meatballs. Thomas couldn't put it in.
Checks into the game for the Breakers.
Oh, and here we see Lindsay Tate coming tonight. This is something I've wanted to see, Lindsay Tate into the game early on, and let's see what Lindsay can do tonight, because he can be very exciting. He's probably one of the more offensive point guards that New Zealand has seen in a while, so let's see what he can do tonight.
Well, we were talking about Lindsay Tate last night after the game, thinking he might get a bit of a run. There's only one way to get experience, and that's to be on the court. Quite an exciting player. He's going to have his hands full because number 8, Grabeau, steps up to mark him. Thought it would have been Davidson, but they're in a zone now. It's a 1-2-2 zone. That's good coaching. They're mixing up the defenses. Aaron Olsen puts up the 3 and it doesn't drop. And the Taipans want to run every chance they can.
Yeah, well, the Taipans have a smaller lineup out there at the moment. I think that's probably why they've gone to the zone. Both Timmons and Thomas are off the court, and so is Rampton. So that's why they've elected to go to the zone to maybe help the rebounding effort.
Well, Off to the races when Aaron Olson, but Graveau reached in and fouled him. Thought he got the ball cleanly. Very angry with himself. So at the end of
timeout called by the Breakers.
This play, 3:23 left in the first period. A timeout is called by the Breakers. They're down 26-20.
After a video camera, go Harvey Norman, New Zealand's home of digital video cameras. Get the latest in digital video camera technology from Sony, JVC, Panasonic and Canon. Cameras with USB streaming so you can streamline video using the internet. Little cameras, big cameras, we have the digital video camera to suit your needs and your budget. Don't miss a minute of the action or those precious moments. Get a video camera from Harvey Norman.
Coach of the Taipans, he was pretty satisfied with what they did last night. He said he wasn't going to make too many changes. There's the Jones block, and immediately he takes off, and he pulls up short and drops the three.
A great individual play, a block on one end and 3 points on the other. You know, sensational stuff by Phil Jones.
Well, there's good understanding between himself and Paolo Winatana. He blocked the shot, and instead of chasing the ball, he said, I'll go to the other end and get the return pass, which he did, and he pulled up short instead of taking it into the hoop, and he knocked down the three. When you feel it, it's going to go in.
Well, I tell you what, I think Phil Jones considers that a layup, Bob. You know, he'll take three anytime he can get it.
Olsen knocks down the first of two. 26-21. Been a long time since we've seen two free throws in a row.
Yeah, and here we see the Breakers in a half-court trap.
Well, now this is good too. They're mixing up their defenses, which makes the Taipans just shift things around a bit. Stewart takes the long three, and he's got it. Nice shooting from outside.
Yeah, we've got to watch Stewart. He's, you know, he's going to shoot threes, and he's there. He shoots the most threes out of any of the Taipans. So, you know, you've got to stay on the whole game. There's no reason you wouldn't.
Oh, that's right. Truslov is called for the foul over the back, trying to keep the ball alive on the offensive end.
Foul is called on number 41, Blake.
I have to say, apart from Phil Jones, who started with a rush, the shooting is relatively ordinary early on in the game here.
Yeah, the Breakers have got to, you know, Phil Jones can't score all the points. Somebody tonight has got to step up and really share the load that you know, and the pressure that Phil's probably feeling.
Well, that's what it's all about. You've got to share the scoring around and make the defense honest so they can't just target one player. Now, you know that when Phil Jones comes back on the court, he's going to have a shadow, possibly even two, when he gets the ball. You turn off the faucet that's dripping, and Jones at the moment is the breaker who's scoring. Good defense coming from the Taipans. Aaron Olson takes it in the lane, feeds it off to Boucher, picks it off the floor, tries to get it up before the shot clock goes off, but the Taipans defense just too tough.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. Last night you saw whenever the Breakers on offense gave up the ball, the Taipans defense was very tight on them, up hard and in the passing lanes.
Here we go, a little more bump and shove. Now Graveau was swinging his elbows around, something that Dylan Boucher objected to. Now we've got two teams talking to one another, debating whether or not that was intentional. Watch this, whack, swish.
Dylan Boucher just letting him know all about it there. I think, you know, as an offensive player, if somebody's in your space, you do have the right to sort of try and move them out of the way, but a swinging elbow is never a nice thing between players, is it, Bob?
No, it's not. Unfortunately, they didn't connect with a jaw or a cheekbone. Dylan will learn a little lesson from that, too, that Graveau's not going to back down. And certainly he's going to show him his elbows again if he gets too close. Graveau a little unsettled there, misses the 2 free throws. 8-point spread, 30-22. Just over 2 minutes to play in period number 1. Pressure again on the Breakers offensively. Kennedy comes off the pick, gives it out to Pero Cameron from the 3-point line. Truslove, weak side rebound. Pero's got another opportunity.
Yeah, you don't often see Pero Cameron miss 2 shots from the same spot. So great recognition by Blake Truslove, knowing that Pero is open, getting the offensive rebound and dishing it out to him.
I like seeing Truslove in there. He gives him a little height, a little muscle underneath. Good rebounder on the offensive board. He's got a few moves offensively. Stewart almost looked to put up the 3. Arco gives it to Sackwell coming down the lane. And he was fouled as he went to the rack.
Sapwell got smacked well on that particular play, Bob.
Indeed he did. He got caught in the construction zone there. He was well slapped. 1:30, minute and a half to play in the first period. 5-point spread, and suddenly the Taipans have gone cold from the free throw line. They shot 84% last night. That virtually won the game for them.
Well, it did win the game, Bob. Basically, they made 31 free throws last night as opposed to the Breakers 14. So, you know, 17 points more from the stripe.
Well, that's a big, big number. Phil Jones is fouled as he puts up the shot. Well, that puts Jones on the free throw line. Just what they needed. He could cut the lead to 2 points here. 4 points. 31-25. 1:19 left in the first period. The Breakers would dearly love to break the drought right tonight. In the meantime, the Taipans have broken their 2-game losing streak by beating the Breakers last night. They're sitting pretty comfortable in the league standings with a 4-2 record. Tied for 3rd place at the moment. Good start to their season. Little misunderstanding. Now here's a feature of the Taipans game. The coach, Guy Malloy, is a little worried. In the last 2 games, they've turned the ball over 25 or more times.
Yeah, they were lucky to win a game. Well, lucky to win the game last night with that many turnovers. You know, really it was the Breakers' inadequacy from the free throw line that handed the game to the Taipans.
Well, that's another reason to put defensive pressure on them and keep switching the defenses. Arco had to pull out of the fast break. Stewart goes all the way on the baseline. He gets knocked by Pero Cameron. Puts up the shot that drops in. Lady Luck smiled on him.
Yeah, he was definitely going backwards when he ran into Pero Cameron there. You see this along the baseline.
Well, when a moving force runs into an immovable force, you get an equal and opposite reaction.
Physics, Bob.
Indeed, the physics of running into Pero Cameron. Anthony Stewart, what a spark plug he is for the Taipans. Misses a free throw. And they're going to have to get a lot more free throws tonight if they're going to up that percentage to 85% tonight. They're not shooting well in the first period. 34-26. But at the other end, the Breakers have been unable to score last 3 times up the court, I believe. Half a minute to play, 34-26. 8 points the difference. They need a 2 or a 3-pointer right here, right now. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Phil Jones gives it into Truslove. Pero with the rebound. No foul was called. Shot clock goes off, and now we've got a discussion. The rebound came after the shot clock went off, and the referees will go over the bench and sort it out. We saw a bit of that last night, Hayden.
Yeah, Yeah, the Breakers there are definitely unhappy on 2 counts. 1, they think they got fouled a couple of times, and 2, they think they have a case for getting the rebound, well, shooting the ball before the shot clock expired. So, well, the judge has said Taipans ball.
If we go to the political scene, soon they'll be able to take that to the new Supreme Court.
Maybe we should bring in Judge Bob.
Oh, we'll stick with Judge Judy, I think. Sapwell, nice move to the hoop, and Tony Rampton tried to get the putback, but he was unable to put it down. So at the end of the first 12 minutes of play, Taipans have an 8-point lead here over the Breakers, 34-26.
Super Groove, Postage. I love this album. It's a double CD best of with everything on it. New remixes from P-Money and others. All the fan favourites and rare tracks are on this album. Live tracks. It's all here. It's Postage. The vestige of its New Zealand's finest. Super Groove.
If you're building
or renovating, remember one thing.
Nobody beats the building depot.
Save $40 now on these smart laundry tubs at only $359.99 and get a 6 kg pack of cold water surf free. Save over $240 on this new line Shannon shower pack, including mixer, slide rail, waste and cleaner, all for only $999.99. Plus, we've nailed the price on fencing with tailings from only $1.29 each. And remember,
nobody.
Nobody.
Yes, nobody beats a depot deal.
Consistency. They need, as you say, 20 or 24 points a second period.
Yeah, and they're going to have to get it out of somebody other than Phil Jones too. So, you know, somebody's going to have to step up this quarter and score points for the Breakers.
Well, Perro's in there working hard. Truxlund could get loose. They've got to get some shots underneath, and that'll start freeing up a few more of the three-pointers outside. At the moment, everything seems to be coming from outside or from the free throw line, which is an astonishing thing to say, given what we saw last night.
White ball.
One thing I'd like is a good point is when the Breakers are on offense and when the Taipans are on defense, take a look at how their ball pressure is very good. Whenever the ball's given up, the player receives the pass, the Taipans are all over them.
And they often create double teams. They like to get a guy in the corner, double team him, and force a bad pass. They spread their offense very wide, pulling the zone out as far as they can. Arkwell delivers the elbow with the dribble, and he's called for a foul.
And Casey Frank, takes another offensive foul, so offensive charge. So here we go. You know, Casey, I think, has been a little lucky on a couple of occasions. He's moving, and the referees think he's beating the player to the spot. On that occasion, I'm not quite sure.
I think you're right. He's a little lateral movement still. Now, Pauda Winatana just overthrew that shot. He should have just put it on the glass. He tried a finger roll, lost control of it, and missed what should have been a nice, competent two-pointer.
Yeah, what we've seen from Pauda, every time he's gone to the hoop, he can definitely get free with his athleticism. So I think he should, keep going to the hoop. Don't be discouraged by a couple of missed shots. And
well, watch the rebounding underneath. Bodies are crashing. It's very, very tough inside. Thomas, the left-hander, is fouled.
And that's Casey Frank's third foul. So I don't think Casey Frank's going to see too much more of this second quarter.
Just a moment's hesitation. Thomas ends up with a ball, and Frank had to do something to cover that shot, and he fouls.
Yep, just there, not much.
And he's going to be subbed off. Brad Williams is going to replace him. Number 13 will be replacing Casey Frank. And Thomas, the game's leading scorer from last night with 22. He had a great double. Was 14 rebounds
14
as well.
rebounds, yeah.
Wow.
So a double-double. Double figures in points and rebounds. And that's a great effort.
That's pretty good productivity.
Yeah.
Any CEO would be happy with those stats. Phil Jones. Foley Hanare misses the three-pointer. Arkwell gives it up to Stewart. Breakers managing to get back. They're not giving up fast breaks. And Timmons, who's been very quiet, misses a shot. The ball goes off Arkel's hands. And the Breakers will inbound the ball. And Brad Williams comes into the game for the Breakers. And here's a good matchup. Davidson will be hounding Paul Henare every step of the way. He's a tireless little player. Look at Rampton and Enosa underneath. Philip Jones, he's got it.
Yeah, Phil had to get free there by giving a little fake. One dribble in from just above the free throw line and knocks it down. We're going to have to see somebody else that can make those shots though, Bob.
Well, we do. 16 points for Phil Jones. The next player, Enosa, is on 4. Stewart has 11 for the Taipans. Timmons. Underneath, Rampton loses the ball on the dribble. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had a clear path to the basket. Long passing ahead. Winnetana just couldn't control it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he might have just taken his eye off the ball, maybe thinking about what he was going to do with the ball before he actually secured possession.
Well, the fast breaker. Got a pass from the circuit breaker. Stewart outside. They get an offensive board that resets the shot clock. 36-28. Who's going to score? 2 points each in this quarter. Timmons almost fading out of bounds. What a shot. And he turns around and is talking to Phil Jones as he comes up the court. Must have been something either said or a slap and a push after the shot. A lot of feeling between these two teams.
Oh, and then we saw Timmons just push Phil Jones to the floor, and the referee was right there and didn't even think about calling it. There we see a Paulie Winnetana with a shot.
Well, he could have rubbed salt in the wounds. Phil Jones was in the lane for about 5 seconds. At least he didn't get called for that. And Stewart
knocks one down. Well, we see the sharpshooters sort of going toe-to-toe. Phil and Phil Jones and Timmons, you know, letting each other know.
Well, Henry calls timeout for the Breakers with 8:41 left to play in the first half, and they're down. They do need to talk things over. It's a 14-point deficit, 42-28.
Bacon! Bacon! Where's the bacon? I smell bacon! Bacon, bacon. Gotta be bacon! Only one thing smells like bacon! That's bacon! Bacon, 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 bacon! There, from that bag! What's it say? It's... I can't read! Please, please, give me what's in the bag! Chewy, yummy, smoky bacon!
There you go.
Oh, boy, boy, boy! It's bacon!
No, it's bacon strips, dog snack from Purina. Bacon strips. Dogs don't know it's not bacon.
It's bacon!
Yeah, definitely. Stewart's had a great start to the game. He's got 14 points, so, you know, he's had that many blinded to start with, and, you know, matching Phil Jones' 16, so...
They're getting production out of somebody else tonight. Stewart played a great game, but he certainly wasn't that hot shooting-wise. There's a long way to go in the game. It's tough basketball, week in, week out for the Breakers. I suppose in some people's minds, that first amazing one-point win that we saw to start the season probably set hearts beating fast. They thought, well, we can waltz into this league and finish in the top half, going to the playoffs. Go Smith.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Breakers have 26 games left, 26 games left, and they at least need to win 13, 14 of those, I think, to be competitive and actually make the playoffs. They have to be about 500. They have to win as many as they're going to lose. So from here on out, every game's crucial.
Williams goes inside. Nice little move. He had to make the move to the hoop. Timmons gets the rebound. Fast break to the other end, and Thomas finishes it off nicely.
Yep, your premium stat stuffer, Thomas, for 2 more, and now a chance to add 1 more from the line.
Thomas is just a sort of workhorse type of player. You know you're going to get 18 to 24 points out of him per game, and you're probably going to get 10, 12, 14, maybe even 16 rebounds some games. That's exactly what you want. You want to count on that week after week.
That's right. As a coach, you want consistency out of your players, because then you know you can change strategies and they're still going to get the production. So, it's a valuable asset to have on your team, somebody that can perform night in, night out.
16-point deficit. The Breakers really pressing now. Henry took the ball the length of the court, drove down the lane, and then tried to kick it out to Phil Jones, but the pass was picked off. Jones gets a weak side rebound on an air ball, and the Breakers have to settle it down, regain their composure, and get 2 points. Look at Thomas. Comes around Perro and makes the steal.
Yeah, great defense. Paulie just there, threw a bounce pass, but it wasn't hard enough. He didn't quite. He bounced it halfway in between him and Perro. It should be a 2/3 to 1/3 ratio for the bounce pass.
Henry pulls up. Truslov gets the rebound and takes it straight back up, and Rampton is the victim there. He gets the foul. Well, Truslov is going to give them that inside presence if they really need somebody rebounding inside. Henry's subbed out, and into the game again comes Lindsay Tate, number 4.
That's his first.
No points, but 6 rebounds from the big guy. This is the free throw.
That lid's firmly on that hoop again tonight. So let's see if they can lift it.
Big breath just over the top of the ring. It goes in. 44-29. Keep an eye on the matchup. Davidson going against the rookie, Lindsay Tate. Davidson comes high and drops a 3. That's the veteran saying to the rookie, welcome.
Come mark me, see what you've got. So that's one thing that Lindsay's a great offensive player. He's a great ball handler. In this league, it's going to be his defense prowesses maybe gets him a bit more time on court.
Williams looking for Truslov inside. The pass was too low. Knocked away, and Timmons comes away with it inside. Ball picked off. Davidson gets it right back into the corner, and Stewart will knock down the 3. Oh, he misses it. Terrell just puts a big elbow in Davidson's face and says, go away. Get out of here. 47-29. Tate inside. Gets it off to Williams.
Nice shot from the baseline. I'd like to see the Breakers go inside, do a bit of power play. They've got 3 forwards out there that are all fairly good ball handlers, all have good low post moves. Let's see what they can do.
Stewart gave a good opportunity for a putback to Tony Rampton. Nice passing, kicking it around. Williams high on Timmons. Timmons goes around him. Finds Rampton, corner. That's Oakley, doesn't go down. Steal. Lindsay Tate, foot race.
Lovely steal. Great steal, got the ball, and he was gone. Lindsay's very good on the fast break. He's very athletic, very fast.
Timeout taken with 5:28 to play by the Taipans. They lead 47-33.
And ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome back the world-famous Breaker Girls?
Now watch the fast break. Tate going against Davidson. Good matchup there. Tate wins by 2 points on that one.
Yeah, I like how Lindsay went straight to the hoop. Last night, I think the Breakers were a little guilty of actually looking for the defensive player, trying to get a bit of contact at the hoop, and rather than just going strong to the hoop. And it's good to see Lindsay Tate went and took it strong.
Yeah, it was good body control. It was good defense by Davidson. Got back, got in a good position, and made Lindsay create something a little bit unusual to score the 2 points. Here's the free throws. Oh, goodness me. I think we've seen enough of those. Oh, cool.
Well, 1 out of 4. Not the prettiest shot I've ever seen as far as shooting free throws, but
well, Breakers fans have seen enough of those for a season, I think. Taipans inbound the ball. Tate going against Davidson. A couple of very, very quick point guards. The veteran, the rookie. Oh, fans yelling for a travel call, but he kept that right toe in contact with earth. Ball goes out of bounds, and as the player was spread eagled, Inosa walked up and gave him a little nudge with the knee, and that's why the Taipans were up off the bench telling the referee, one behind him.
Yeah, lucky Jona's not in the World Cup, otherwise he'd be facing an 8-week, 12-week suspension.
Yep, there you go. That's a yellow card, send-in offense. Oh, we're mixing our sporting metaphors too much here, as Jeff Green did, talking about stepping up to the plate before the game. Dallas Pickering talking with Guy Malloy. Things are settled now. Play resumes, 47-33. Breakers trying to get back into the ball game before halftime here. Timmons, marked by Pauta Winatana, forces him to the right. It's a left-hander, natural left-hander. Little behind the back dribble by Lindsay Tate. Davidson, the nightmare, wearing number 14. Brad Davidson, I love it.
Yeah, he's a champion. I mean, he's so tenacious, and he just keeps coming at you and at you all night. He doesn't seem to be running out of energy either.
No, he's a little energizer. And a jump ball between Oakley and Carol Cameron as both players went down clutching the basketball. We'll have to check the bench to see which way the arrow is pointing. It's Breakers' ball.
Hustled by Carol Cameron.
That's called collaboration. Aaron Olson into the game for the Breakers, inbounding the ball. 4:35 left in the first half.
I'll tell you what, it's getting pretty physical out there, Bob. Both teams don't want to give up anything, and nice move, Lindsay Tate.
And it was a good move to the hoop by Lindsay Tate. He creates something virtually out of nothing. Oakley misses a gimme putt down at the other end. He won't be happy with that. The Breakers get the rebound and a chance to get within 10 points again. 47-35 spread. Terrell adroitly steps outside the three-point line, and the Breakers get an offensive board. Inside it goes Inosa. Finds Aaron Olson's mush.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite intended for Aaron. I think of, oh, there we see Holder on the baseline. Nice drop set, and Davidson gets it.
Wow, if you were sitting where we're sitting, right under the basket, you would see just what a non-contact sport basketball used to be, but is no longer.
Yeah, and I think that is somewhat a bit of a difference in the NBL here, that it is physical. It is very physical. These players mean business, and nobody likes to give up an inch.
Certain teams in certain leagues develop sort of a competition between each other. I have a feeling that the Taipans and the Breakers are going to become one of those sort of traditional rivalries in which no quarter given, none asked. The 3 games we've seen, well, the 2 games and a half that we've seen so far have been absolutely physical contests, arm wrestles.
Well, the other thing is too that the Taipans are actually, apart from the Breakers and the Hunter Pirates, is the other newest team on the block. They came into the league, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and so, you know, they don't want to be the new kids anymore.
Grabeau is not happy. Aaron Olsen saved that ball from going out of bounds by throwing it at Grabeau. Bounced off of him, and the referee said, yep, Breakers ball. 10-point spread, 3:27. Tate has the menace marking him. Davidson, great little player. Farrell Cameron sets the pick high. Olsen looking for that three-point shot, going against Thomas into the lane. Thomas calmly goes up, gets a rebound off the missed shot. Rampton underneath being marked by his mate Farrell Cameron. Little fake from Davidson. Steps. Another turnover from the Taipans, and the Breakers escape there a little bit, I think, Hayden.
Yeah, maybe fortunate on that instance. Here we see him going down the lane. Well,
yeah, I think he did take steps. Be still my feet, says Thomas.
He's doing a bit of disco dancing. Is that what you think, Bob?
Bit of flash dance. It's an old movie. It's still a good one. 10-point spread, 2:54. Full court pressure. This is a good move, I think, from Guy Malloy. Now everybody clears out. Now it's Davidson versus Lindsay Tate. Tate, little move to the left, gives the ball up. Aaron Olsen looking for Casey Frank. Blocking foul on Inosa.
Yeah, he's going to be called for a moving screen here. He sort of cleared the player out, so Aaron had a direct lane to the basket.
We've got a timeout taken by the Taipans with 2:41 left to play in the first half. They want to talk about how to protect that 10-point lead. 47 over the Breakers, 37. Good shot of the Breakers bench. And now we go to the Taipans. Guy Malloy has done a great job, I think, in this series with his team.
Yeah, definitely. He's mixed up the defenses. I think he's worked to the strengths of his team. They've identified that they need to put a lot of guard pressure on the Breakers because they feel that their inside game probably isn't as strong as what it could be with the Pero and Malmouth out. So a good job.
Yeah, indeed. Fairly traditional team. They've got 5 starters averaging, well, last night played 35 minutes, 35 or more minutes per game. And then the bench made up substitutions to give them a bit of a break, whereas the Breakers tend to be equal opportunity in the sense that everybody gets almost equal court time. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, traditionally, if you're playing a very up-tempo game, which what the Breakers want to do, then they tend to try and play more players because they're running harder, playing more aggressive defense. But these Taipans were up to it. I mean, they play 5 or 6 players that have got the skills and the fitness to play, those minutes.
Well, that's right, Hayden. And if you're going to play an up-tempo game, you've got to command a few defensive boards, quick outlet pass, and you got to have a fast team. The Taipans' transition from offense to defense is very, very good, and they don't give up many fast breaks. Tate almost loses a dribble, but he's causing a few problems for the Taipans. Now Timmons comes out to mark him. Bit of a mismatch if Tate could get the ball and work one-on-one. Aaron Olsen gives it up. Casey Frank, 4 seconds on the shot clock, tries to get a shot up. Looking for the call foul, no whistle. And the Breakers didn't get a good look. Rampton, that should be a double dribble. He dropped the ball on the pass. Once again, no whistle. Grabeau on the baseline with 2 seconds, 1 second to go on the shot clock, and the ball knocked out of bounds. Good defense.
Yeah, great defense. You saw Yono Inosa as Grabeau tried to come over the screen, step out, so he went the other way, and Aaron Olsen bet him to the spot. So good defense, Breakers.
Now, shot's got to go up right from here. Oh, Davidson almost gets a 4.5. Casey Frank straight to the hoop. That's good heads-up basketball, pounds it inside. Davidson is going to be called for the foul. He is absolutely livid.
Now we saw Casey Frank, he just took off, and there was no way anybody was going to stop him going to the hoop.
You could call this yourself. Somebody hit him. If it wasn't Davidson.
Yep. Tony Rankton got him with a good forearm, so
well, Davidson on one foul according to our stats.
And a rare three-point play from the Breakers. Good to see.
Well, just what the Breakers needed. They were down by 14 points. They've clawed their way back into the ball game here, 47-40. I should have said they've flooded their way back into the game here. 7-point deficit, just over a minute to play in the first half. Davidson into the lane, knocks it out to Rampton. Enosa couldn't keep his hands on the ball, goes up and blocks a shot. Shot clock goes off, ball's given over to the Breakers.
Yeah, another great defensive sequence from the Breakers with Yona Enosa really putting the pressure on Tony Rampton.
Like a couple of heavyweights, these two teams just keep coming at one another. Enosa gets a little feed from Lindsay Tate, who's creating havoc in there for the Taipans.
Now we're seeing Lindsay Tate cause the Taipans a lot of trouble here. You know, he's able to get into the lane, penetrate, and dish off.
Thomas gives it off to Rampton, who loses the ball. Ball knocked outside, and Davidson comes up with it once again. Resets the shot clock. 28 seconds. 25 seconds. 15 on the shot clock. Stewart ready to make his move. And a foul's going to be called on Enosa. That's his third personal foul. Breakers have gotten back to within 5 points. Enosa gives up the foul. And Stewart, I believe, is be shooting.
Nah, you weren't. Just had your arms around the outside of him. 2.
Well, you heard the referee's explanation. You had your arms around the outside of him, holding. And Tony Rampton it is. He'll be shooting the 2 free throws, staring straight into the goal zone. He makes the first.
Yeah, Tony Rampton would dearly love to come home to New Zealand and get 2 wins. And he's having a good game. That's his 10th point, and he's playing well.
Mr. Steady for them this game. Doing a great job on Enosa. And his point production very steady. 49, 42, 8 seconds left in the first half. Breakers have got to get up a good shot.
5, 4, 3.
Tate misses a shot, and the putback just refuses to drop. Casey Frank couldn't knock it down. So at the end of the first 24 minutes of play, the Breakers down 49-42 to the Cairns Taipans.
Ladies and gentlemen, an acknowledgement.
Did you see there's a sequel called Utu?
I've had enough of you, Vince. I'm off.
Oh, don't be an egg, you're a bit pissed. You might have a crash, mate.
I'll smack your ugly head open. Might kill someone.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Get a taxi?
That'll be $125, mate.
What? Just walk home, your boss.
G'day, Kev. What up to, mate?
Still walking home from last night.
Hey, you can get your missus to pick you up.
Well, you get one. Ha ha, very funny.
Get Sammy to give you a ride home.
Sammy!
No. It's only one thing for it, eh?
Come on, Sammy.
We'll all crash here tonight.
Listen here, right here, come on,
can't beat the joint. Press play on the track, cause we reach a boiling point when the crowd no longer sit aside and just simmer. We up in the spot as the lights go dim, the street anthem sound from the local DJ. Say this is on your speaker, no delay, equipped to make you bounce with that beat mechanism. We up in the folly of the vinyl sound system. Friday nights is the party people and check your frequency. Get down onto the dance floor. Are you with me? Friday nights is the party people and check your frequency. And let the music take control of your mind, body, and soul. Get up and get ready. Now everybody wanna be telling me, showing individually technique. Yo, every second of the party. M-U-double-L-E-T, prolifically lacking in the constant movement you're consuming. Initialize and verbal style to mystify your mind. Demonstrate essential element, fundamental rhythms we provide. Now essential apparatus necessary for these fellas.
Go Harvey, you're on the go Harvey, go Harvey, go Harvey, go Harvey Norman.
Don't miss the great value super buys available at your local Harvey Norman store. Harvey Norman one-stop shopping. Furniture, electrical appliances, bedding, bedroom furniture and Manchester. Computers, the latest software, cell phones and much more. We have it all to make shopping easier. Whatever you want for the home, come to Harvey Norman for great value super buys.
The top 30 PGA money winners of 2003 compete for one of golf's richest prizes.
Unbelievable.
A cool $6 million.
You gotta be kidding me.
In the 2003 Tour Championship. Can BJ be the first man to defend his title this season?
Looks great.
Proudly brought to you by Strategic Finance. The 2003 Tour Championship. Round 1, live and exclusive next Friday on Sky Sport 1.
Well, if you picked 49-42 to the Cairns Taipans team for that Harvey Norman Samsung halftime score, you'd be sitting there going, have I scored myself a DVD player right about now? So you might you might actually have that picked up. I will let you know a little bit later on in the show, and also of course a text will come through to you to let you know whether you've just won yourself a DVD player. But standing by with Shelley McMinnon from Netball New Zealand is Brendan Pongia.
One of the great jobs that you have here is get to meet the CEO for Netball New Zealand. Shelley, are you enjoying the game?
Oh, it's great. It's actually the first time I've seen a live game. I have been watching it on TV, but like netball, you really get so close to the action, and so good to see Pero back on the court.
Now, you've got some family ties at basketball, haven't you?
I have. My sister was captain New Zealand, and my niece and nephew are both on scholarships in the States at the moment.
So what have we got to look forward in netball over the next few months?
Well, we're actually just organising National Bank Cup for next year, but the big thing coming up in June is actually we play 3 tests here against Australia, and they're really looking forward to beating us. So,
what are your thoughts of this Breakers organisation, obviously entering into this Australian National League? You think it's good for the game?
Well, I'm sure it's always good to get exposed to the Australian style of play, and certainly with the Olympics coming up, I think anything that can give us 33 more games is fantastic.
Can you give us a pick for the final score?
I'd rather not.
Oh, come on now.
I think it'll be closely contested, but at the moment I think the Breakers are on their way up, but perhaps haven't quite got it tonight.
You go and enjoy the rest of the game, and it's great to have you here.
Thanks.
Well, Shelley taking the diplomatic approach on the final score there, but one guy that was here, as we said, early on in the afternoon, he was shooting hoops from 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he is nailing them for the Breakers. It's Phil Jones.
Well, Phil Jones, what a great start to the game. He's had career stats here in the league. After 6 games, 13.4 average. He's really stepped up tonight. If he can just reproduce that in the second half, Hayden.
Oh, definitely. Let's hope somebody else can come with him on the journey here in the rest of the game. And the Phil's had a great start. You see him coming up the screen there by Yona and grabbing the ball, hitting the shot. There we see him on the offensive rebound with the left hand. Here we see him driving to the hoop, getting fouled, and one. Wow, he didn't quite make that one, but...
You don't think of a muscle sort of game from Phil Jones, but he's actually very good underneath the basket. And they're on a fast break. When he's feeling the mood, he'll pull up and shoot the 3. Yeah. It's one of the smoothest shots in the game.
Yeah, just a great little few shots there of all the skills that Phil Jones has. The jump shot, the drive to the hoop, the fake and the dribble the shot. He's got the whole skills.
Well, we need a second half just like that one from him. Good crowd here.
Responding to Phil Jones on the Taipan side of the coin is number 23. He wears the same number as Michael Jordan. He is their all-time 3 points leading scorer for the Taipans, and his name's Anthony Stewart.
Anthony Stewart, captain. Doesn't he play a great consistent game last night, tonight? 13-point average over a career that spans over 321 games.
Yeah, and then we see a 38% average over a career, which is great.
Stewart, he's as good inside as he is outside. He started the game with a long three-pointer. He's a hustling player, the sort of captain that inspires his team. I know that sounds like a lot of cliches, but when you see a man shoot like that, on his back virtually, put it off the glass, it drops in. The Taipans fans are smiling.
I think he needed a bit of a bigger hat for that noggin he had, but
I think so. 49, 42. The score here at halftime.
Yes, Anthony Stewart really breaking down the breakers for the Taipans. And in fact, it's not just Anthony Stewart doing it alone. It is the whole Taipans team that is stepping up and really doing it very, very well. But one of the key players for the breakers that performed very well last night is Pauro Winitana, and he's standing by with Brendan Pongia.
Polder, tough first half. Bit slow in the first quarter. Shooting wasn't there. Second quarter, we started to get a roll on.
Yeah, no, it was built around our defense. They wanted us to come out and pressure them harder. That's what we did. And as you know, defense always creates good offense, so it was pretty good in the second quarter.
What did the coach have to say at halftime?
He was pretty happy with the last 3 minutes. We got 3 consecutive stops, got a few good inside shots, and he was quite happy. We've just got to build on it now for the next half.
Lindsay Tate stepped in the game. He hasn't played much this year. Really looked good.
He is. I mean, Paulie's not feeling the best. He's starting, but Lindsay's doing an awesome job backing him up, and yeah, sky's the limit for him. He's the future.
What can we expect in the second half, Polder?
Same as the first half, but hopefully a bit more intensity in terms of defense. We're just gonna pressure them, run our stuff to perfection. We'll try our best to anyway, and yeah, come out with that W. That's the plan.
Congratulations, good luck.
Cheers, thanks, man.
Yes, Pauro Winitana going to be lifting the intensity in the third quarter. At the moment, it's 49-42 in favour of the Taipans. But when we come back, we're kicking off the second half of the Breakers versus the Taipans.
Now put the pictures to our top songs of all time. Nature's Best, the DVD. Dance Exponents. Sisters Underground. The Mockers. Dave Dobbin. The Feelers. Netherworld Dancing Toys. Crowded House. And more. 60 New Zealand music videos. Nature's Best, the DVD. In stores now.
The all-new Milo bar has a crunchy chocolate base, laid with soft caramel, coated with great tasting Milo to give you energy when you're on the go. New Milo bar, fuel on the go.
If your Vodafone prepay runs out, text IOU to 468 and we'll top you up $2 to get you out of a sticky situation. The $2 automatically gets paid back the next time you top up. Vodafone prepay IOU.
Travel. It's how Kiwis see the world.
too far away from the start now. Takes a nasty tumble at the first one. See, Billy steps out smartly from gorgeous Porsche. Frank goes forward, spots a gap.
Hun, you're having a bad dream.
It'll be close.
Hey, you better get a move on if you want to get your bet on before the big race.
Almost race time. Fractious at the start. Oh, Frank's a little agitated. He'll have to settle soon to get into the gates in time for the start.
Isn't this what you're looking for?
Get ready for the race that stops the nation. This Melbourne Cup, avoid the queues and place your bets from home using your Sky Remote and Sky Bet.
Welcome back to the North Shore Event Centre, where the Breakers unfortunately trailing the Taipans 49-42. Can they turn their fortune around in the third quarter? Well, we find out. It's time to hand you back over to Hayden Smythe and Bob Monti.
Thank you, Dennis. Well, once again, we see some of the shooting percentages not as good as the Breakers would like. 35% from the floor, 8 of 13 from the free throw line, and Hayden once again beyond the three-point arc. They're 4 of 15. It's a little bit better, but it's not going to do it.
Yeah, no, they're putting up the shots. They've just got to make a few more of them. You know, they seem to be shooting 27% from the three-point line every game. So let's see if they can really improve that in the second half. Free throws a bit better, 62%. You know, they've upped at that 10% you were talking about. And here we see the rest of that's fairly even, but we've got the Taipans there that are shooting 57% from the three-point land and 44% from the field. So that's the difference. Once again, teams evenly matched. It's putting the ball in the hoop.
Well, that's right. And the Taipans playing the game they need to here. They're a little bit better in every one of those categories. If the Breakers can add 10% in the second half to each one of those categories, we got a very close game. As it is, it's a 49-42 ball game at halftime, less than a minute, and we'll be back in the action. The Breakers going against the Taipans for the third time in the series between these teams, and it's 2-0 Taipans. Breakers really hoping to end their drought right now, right tonight. Can they do it?
Well, time will tell, Bob.
We keep watching the sky. We go out and looking up to see if the drought is going to be broken. Last minute instructions being given to the Breakers.
Yeah, well, let's hope it pours down in the second half and the Breakers come through. Well, good sign. It seems to be pouring down outside, so let's hope it pours down inside, eh?
We just got the word. It's raining cats and dogs outside. Taipans already on the floor, very relaxed. They play well as a unit. Defensively, they're very tough. Now, Paula Winatana was saying that if the Breakers can up the defensive intensity even a little bit more, I hope that doesn't mean that they're going to get more aggressive and commit more fouls. There's a difference between intensity and knocking teams around. And if they knock the Taipans around, they're going to get knocked right out of the game because the Taipans are shooting very well from the free throw stripe yet again.
There were some sort of static fans from Australia.
It's great to see. The two teams take the court. Thomas on the left, going against Inosa on the right. Smiles wiped from the faces now as we get ready to start period number 3. Phil Jones loses the ball, kicked out of bounds by Thomas. Good little gesture. That's probably the friendliest the two teams will be now for the next 24 minutes.
Definitely. It's going to be a war this second half. The Breakers desperately want to win this game, and they're going to have to do everything to come out with a victory tonight.
Yeah, it's nice to see everybody's all smiles and cups of tea and chatting, cucumber sandwiches.
It'd be great if they could bring us a scone, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. That'd be very nice. Well, there's moisture on the floor. We've got to get all the moisture off the floor. Very, very dangerous in a high-speed game like this where you're cutting, stopping, starting all the time. To have any moisture on the floor, that's the reason for the stop and play.
Yeah. Well, a big weekend for basketball this weekend. Not only the Taipans playing, but also the surprise giving of the Shelton Blazers.
Yeah, the Shelton Gravers. I haven't heard of them for a long time. Is Phil Jones.
Phil Jones for 3. He starts the second like he started the first half, so let's hope he can continue that. And here we see Thomas. So great block, Yona Inosa. And Phil comes up with the ball.
Well, the Breakers jump on the Taipans to start here with a three-pointer and a block. Out of Winatana. Tell the rush of blood there, and the shot didn't drop. But it's a 4-point ball game, 49-45. Winatana comes out to Mark Timmins.
Ooh, Phil Jones almost got his hand on that one. He would have been away, but there we have Calder with the rebound. No, I disagree with that. I disagree with that call, Bob.
Well, we might see it again. Powder Winatana got the rebound and was off to the races, but standing in his way was Timmins. The referee was right there and called Winatana for elbowing him out of the way. You call it. Hollywood, here we go. A little help.
Well,
it's in the books. It's a foul. The possession goes to the Taipans. Davidson trying to come around. Henry, who blocks him with the body and picks up a foul, and suddenly the good progress they were making is stalled. The Taipans have to score. Rampton kicks it outside, and Stewart misses. Rebound. Henry, long pass ahead. Phil Jones, little fake, easy two.
There we go, 2-point game. Good start, Breakers. Excellent defense. Couple of great stops, some good rebounding.
Well, the 7-point halftime lead down to a measly 2. The pillow much thinner now. The cushion drops. Taipans start with 3 missed shots, and the Breakers are on a 5-0 run. Man-to-man defense from the Taipans. The foul is going to be against number 33, Thomas. Melvin Thomas picks up
the foul on number 33, Melvin Thomas, his second.
Second foul by our count. Breakers still retaining possession. Shot clock reset. Jones trying to draw the ball, and he bails out of that with a 2-pointer. Good balance. Lady Lux files on Phil Jones, and Powder Winatana comes around behind Timmins. Almost got the steal.
That was a great move, Phil Jones. Off balance, leaning, puts it in sweetly.
Well, we could call that all luck, but good shooters will often put shots like that in. Now, Thomas on the deck. Enosa, the perpetrator, leans over and pulls him to his feet.
Yeah, there's not a lot of love there inside the paint.
Well, you watch this. The shot doesn't go in, and boom, down goes Thomas. He's on the line to shoot a couple of free throws. The scores are locked. 7-0 run to the Breakers to start the third period. 49 all. Pressure on the Taipans. Straight away, and they miss the first free throw.
Yeah, this is good. A bit of pressure on the Taipans, and let's see how they respond. And great start for the Breakers.
They'll be back. They'll be back. Don't you worry about that. 1-point lead. Taipans 50. Breakers 49. Half-court trap now. Broken easily by the Breakers. Phil Jones, little fake. Launches a three-pointer. Casey Frank gets a rebound and puts it back up for 2.
Yeah, the Breakers did a great job of breaking the Taipans' press. You'll notice every time the Taipans have a free throw, they automatically go into some sort of half-court or full-court trap. So the Breakers should be well used to that by now.
Well, they should. They should have that pretty well sorted. You saw the left-handed move down the lane by Thomas. Nice shot. And underneath, Phil Jones is crunched. Rampton comes down hard on him. Jones gets up. He doesn't want to show the pain that he's felt.
Well, old teammates. And
Jones takes it underneath, and Tony Rampton left his feet and came down on Jones, who is munched.
Yeah, one of those cases where Phil gave the uptake and Tony Rampton just got way off balance flying in. Nothing you can really do about that, and there was no no bad intentions on Tony Ramden's part. He was just going to try and block that shot of Phil's if he had to put it up.
Block it. He was going to swat it out of the gym if he could get his hands on it. In the meantime, Jones makes it 2 free throws, and the Breakers lead by 1.
The Breakers hit the lead for the first time, I think, in both games.
Now Timmons puts an elbow in the face of Winatana. Talk about defensive intensity and offensive retaliation. This is a rugged basketball game. And Davidson, the little beauty, spins out of trouble there and gets a good layup.
Yeah, because Paulie did a great job of defense there early on, where the ball went out to Davidson and Paulie stayed down. He closed out, what they call a closeout, running out to the player under control. And here we see an offensive foul by somebody on the Breakers team.
Well, Phil Jones whacked the ball on the floor. Pero Cameron was called for the foul. Pretty disgusted with the call and threw it on the floor. Fortunately, didn't get a technical. Both players of both teams have got to regain their composure. Tempers are just getting a bit too hot. But hey, everybody wants to win this basketball game. Breakers need it. Taipans need it. Davidson double teamed.
Great shot, Fiona. No, so that should be a foul.
Davidson is called for the foul. Can you believe that? Now Davidson gets off the floor. He can hardly believe it. Wrestling. Enosa
stole the ball, and Davidson had a crack at his arms up. Great defense.
Wow.
Wow, it's good to see the 6'9" Yona Enosa out there on the perimeter, guarding the guard and taking the ball away.
Well, Enosa is on the bench, so too is Phil Jones and Casey Frank. Fresh troops, Dylan Boucher, Blake Truslove, and 22, Aaron Olson, and Pero Cameron. This could be an even up call. Is called for charging. He can't believe it.
Yeah, that call there, Pero had the ball in his hands and just pivoted, and the Taipans player ran into him, and you know, it's hard to get out of Pero's way when he turns and pivots. So unfortunate call there.
Well, the physical nature of the ball game is becoming even more so. Sackwell, nice move down the lane into the kitchen zone. Slams home a 6-inch nail. 56-53 Taipans. Davidson with the body blocking Paul Henry.
That'll be Davidson's third foul, I believe. So we'll get a couple more on Davidson. I think it could help the Breakers cause quite a bit.
Well, that's right. He certainly is a little spark plug. You saw him lower the shoulder. Rush of blood to the head for Davidson. Pretty heady little player.
And he picks up another one. I think he's got called. He's got his hand in the cookie jar, I think, on this occasion.
Here's trouble. Davidson, you can see the look. He's aghast. Can't believe it.
3 seconds.
That hurts him. 4 fouls, remember 6, and you ride the pine. And he's the spark plug. He's the little motor that makes the team go.
Yeah, I think the referees have sort of maybe tightened up a bit on their calling. They're calling, you know, a few of the loose ones, so let's see how that continues.
In the meanwhile, Pero Cameron misses a free throw. 56-53 cushion to the Taipans. And Davidson, as Pero Cameron is shooting, runs into the lane, distracts him.
I've never seen that happen ever before.
You could call that.
Must be somewhere in the room where he says, what the fuck happened with...
Comedy of errors here.
I've got no idea.
Anyway, Pero Cameron makes his second free throw. It's a 2-point spread to the Taipans. Davidson takes it underneath, kicks it outside. Sapwell into the construction zone. Knocks it out to Timmons. He's got 3.
Yeah, I thought Timmons had been too quiet for too long, and knocks down a 3.
Truslove spins baseline. Rebound goes Taipans' way, and Thomas, ever present, pulls it down. Sapwell makes a move, left hand off the glass, nice move, went right around Truslow.
Yeah, well, Sapwell's come in and done a great job for the Taipans. A couple of good hoops. Now, on offense here, I'd like to see Paulie try and draw another foul on Davidson, maybe post Paulie up, isolate him, and really make an effort to try and get that 5th foul on Davidson.
Yeah, he's got to do it. He's got to make the move. Don't give up your dribble. Harold Cameron outside. Now there's 4 seconds on the shot clock. Aaron Olsen's going to look for a hoop here. Rebound comes down to Blake Truslove, and look at Timmons go in the air and block Truslove's shot. Wow.
There was a pretty good defensive play. And Dallas Pickering with another corner. He's made all the last 4 or 5 calls down the court.
What's the question? No, I had that. Clearly the shot went before the buzzer went off. Well, hit the ring. The foul on Melbourne? Well, I can't talk about the foul, but it certainly wasn't a 24.
So Truslove shooting 2. Knocks down the first one at 61-55. Breakers, after a great start to the 3rd period, offensively went a bit flat once again, and the Taipans broke into a bit of a lead. It's now 5 points. Taipans, 6:18 left in the ball game. Substitution. Jeff Green wants to get a couple of fresh players, Enosa, and possibly
Lindsay Tate, I think, is going to come back into the lineup.
Paul Henry marking Davidson. Brad Davidson very closely out front. Grabeau into the game, marked by Aaron Olsen. Baseline, Sapwell, nice move, spins, and he draws a foul from Casey Frank.
I was out. That's a foul.
Everybody's got something to say about every call. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, definitely a bit of body contact in there, but Sapwell was being a bit creative on that one. I don't think he had too much of a chance of making that hoop from that position under the basket.
No, he didn't, but it was a good spin move, and he knew that Frank was close to him. He's happy to draw the foul. He'll go to the free throw line. Big shots here. He's got the first. 62-56, 6-point spread. Remember, the Breakers led 53-52. And the Taipans on a bit of a tear here.
Yeah, back out to a 7-point lead, and Lindsay Tate's in the ball game, and he actually gave the Taipans a bit of trouble last time he was in play, so let's see what he can do.
Boucher looking inside for Enosa. Casey Frank from the free throw line. It's there.
Casey Frank.
Lindsay Tate now going against Brad Davidson. They had a great battle in the 2nd period. Tate comes up to get Sapwell. He's left alone. Misses the shot. Lindsay Tate, foot race. Goes to the board, and Casey Frank gets the rebound, and he's going to be fouled as he goes back up. It's Timmons, I believe.
Yeah, nice offensive rebound. Great aggression by Lindsay Tate, taking it. He knew he was going to take that shot. And good things happen. Good positive play.
And on the rebound, it's brought down by Casey Frank, and reaching in. Probably given to Timmons, I believe. Timmons has 2 fouls.
Well, as a coach, Bob, do you think, every time they get the ball inside, would you foul them? I mean, their free throw shooting has been so bad that, probably not a bad tactic.
Oh, it's a very good tactic. You would certainly want to give up 1 of 2 rather than let them score the easy 2. They're not in foul trouble. They can afford to give up some. Timmons, nice little pass to Sapwell, was expected to be fouled, and look at the athleticism of Marcus Timmons. Lindsay Tate, length of the court, he's got 2.
I think Lindsay Tate's been given the message, take it at Davidson. Davidson's going to back off every time because he does not want to collect another foul.
No, and you're seeing Davidson, he's recovered his composure. He didn't go after Tate then, he just stuck with him. Made sure that he had a little bit of problem scoring the shot, but he wasn't going to foul him. Now Tate will work Davidson again, we think. He's sitting on 4 fouls, he's still in the game. He's a little spark plug of
We'll
this
see
team.
a double team on the baseline. And Nosa gets out of the double team. And if we get a bit more of that out of Vieira and Nosa, this game is going to go very well for the Breakers.
7-0 run to the Breakers. One team, then the next team. 63 all, scores locked. Sapwell misses it, and Inosa quickly goes out to get the rebound. Lindsay Tate looking for the break. He's getting his rhythm now. He's feeling more comfortable, little confidence. Inosa has his shot blocked nicely by Timmins.
Oh, Dylan Boucher looks like in a bit of pain under the hoop.
Well, the foul is going to be against Boucher. Davidson hit the deck pretty hard. He's up.
Yeah, got it.
Now the off the block shot, Davidson tripped by Boucher right here.
Bit of a sliding tackle.
And Boucher was clutching his right knee. Davidson on the line. Chance to regain the lead if he makes one or possibly two of these free throws. Crowd loving the action. The Breakers right in the thick of things here.
Well, Davidson made 100% of his free throws last night. He was 8.
Now the off the block shot, Davidson tripped by Boucher right here.
Bit of a sliding tackle.
And Boucher was clutching his right knee. Davidson on the line. Chance to regain the lead if he makes one or possibly two of these free throws. Crowd loving the action. The Breakers right in the thick of things here.
Well, Davidson made 100% of his free throws last night. He was 8 from 8, so...
The little veteran pretty steady from the free throw line. And he's subbed off. Arkle, number 4, comes in. Ben Arkle replaces him. Now Lindsay Tate will probably still take Arkle on. Probably thinks he's got a little bit of a speed advantage here. Inosa comes up, sets a pick, and Tate from the 3-point line. Big
Was
shot
that
for the
three?
youngster.
Was that 3?
Breakers by 1, 66-65. Rampton going to back in against Inosa, spins, a little fadeaway jumper on the hoop. It doesn't go down. Tate couldn't handle it. Timmins misses a shot this time. Boucher pulls down the rebound. Gives it off to Tate. Breakers by 1, 3:03 left in this crucial third period. Well, every period's crucial, I guess. Casey Frank makes a move to the hoop. He's looking for the foul. There was no whistle.
Got just caught up in the air, really, with not a lot of options. And, you know, it's times like this where the Breakers have got to really execute and make sure they get a good look at the hoop, a high percentage shot.
Ben Arkle comes off the pick set by Tony Rampton, feeds underneath the saddle. Well, that's just great basketball.
Yeah, that's the triangle offense. He came off the pick and rolled. Yona didn't step out quite far enough. Had an easy lane to the hoop.
Lindsay Tate out front going against Ben Arkle. 12 seconds, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Into the corner, Aaron Olson tries to go inside to Inosa, and it's knocked out of bounds by the Breakers. Taipans have the ball. At 2 times up the court now, they haven't scored. And the Taipans lead by 1, can extend their lead once again. A seesaw game. First one team, then the other assumes ascendancy, but only for short periods of time. Timmins has been fairly quiet. But what a great shot that is. Just textbook stuff.
That was lovely. Dribbling, and the nice jump shot.
Hot stuff. Marcus Timmins. He's now got 11. Stewart on 14. Thomas on 11. Phil Jones, 25 to lead all scorers for the Breakers. Aaron Olson runs smack into a wall. He's fouled, and on his back, number 4, Ben Arkle, gets credited with the foul.
Foul on number 4, Ben Arkle.
Well, Aaron Olson's probably singing the old song, "Carry that weight, how far can you push it?" Well, now he's on the line to shoot 2 free throws and a chance to pull within 1 point with 1.5 minutes to go. He makes the first. And whatever happens now in the last 1.5 minutes, I think we're going to go into the final quarter. 12 minutes of basketball with no more than 2 3-points separating these teams.
Yep.
Substitution, Phil Jones replaces Aaron Olson. Good substitution at this stage. If Jones could hit a 3 or possibly 2. The Taipans pretty settled their lineup, except for Davidson, who's on the bench with 4 fouls. They'll save him till the 4th period. Ben Arkle knocks it out to Stewart. Stewart spins, comes baseline, tries to hit Rampton, and Winatana makes the steal. Well, they're going to have to give up the basketball. They want a good shot off this. Little passage of play here. Lindsay Tate knocks it out to Winatana. Rebound goes to the Taipans. 51 seconds to play in the 3rd period. Arkle knocks it out to Stewart from deep in the corner. Winatana gets the rebound. So 35 seconds to play. There's 20 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah, both teams here are going to have a chance at the last. Well, they're both going to get a shot before the end of the half. So let's see what the Breakers have.
It's a bit like a chess match now played in bumper cars. A lot of physical.
Tough pass there by, a very hard pass. Kerr was almost double teamed on the baseline there, and Aaron was trying to sort of thread the needle a little bit. And
okay, 12 seconds to play in the 3rd period. Arkle controlling the ball outside. Lindsay Tate right up on him. Underneath, Tony Rampton has a ball knocked out of bounds, out of his hands. The foul is going to be called against number 21, Phil Jones.
Yep. Great play, Taipans. You just saw how they executed to get a shot. The difference between the Breakers and the Taipans in those 2 possessions. Taipans ran a great play to get Tony Rampton free, whereas on the other end, Breakers were just sort of ran out of ideas, it looked like.
Well, you're right there. Good call, Hayden. And on the line, Tony Rampton has got 2 crucial free throws here. He a little messy, but the first one drops in. Second one to come. 1.2 seconds left on the clock. Enosa finds Phil Jones, who throws it the length of the court. A total hope shot does not go down. So at the end of 3 periods of play, it's a 3-point lead to the Taipans over the Breakers. It's 71-68.
And ladies and gentlemen,
I am a sexy beast. McDonald's new $1.95 McValue menu. 7 delicious options, just $1.95 each.
75% of engine wear happens in the first 10 minutes. That's how long it takes some ordinary oils to start fully protecting. But new Castrol Magnatec clings to the engine like a magnet. So it starts the second your engine does. Castrol Magnatec. Protection from the moment you turn the key.
Where do you stand? The time is drawing near, so where do you stand? If I have to answer the phone during CSI, I have to stand on one leg to see round the corner to the TV. But soon, I'll never have to do that, ever again.
Introducing the masseur for your mouth.
New Colgate Massager. Its unique rubber bristles stimulate gums, while its flexible head stretches to deep clean teeth. New Colgate Massager. Get your teeth and gums in shape.
Minutes to go. They're looking for a few back doors. He sounds pretty calm, pretty collected. If the team can just keep up the intensity and do what they've done the first two games, they might just break the back of the Breakers.
Here we see Phil Jones, how he started the second half, and look at that shot.
Lovely stuff.
And there we saw Lindsay Tate. He came in and did a great job.
Knocked down a three, interestingly enough. 2 of the 3 periods, the Breakers have outscored the Taipans. If they hadn't given up 8 points, an 8-point lead at the end of the first 12 minutes, they'd certainly be in control here. As it is, they're down 3, 12 minutes left to play in the 3-game series against the Cairns Taipans.
All they need to do is outscore the Taipans by 3 in this quarter, and they'll come up trumps.
Well, and we've got overtime.
Wow.
That's a half a trump.
More basketball, who can complain?
Maybe a joker.
Well, yeah, the Breakers won the second quarter 16-15, and the third quarter 26-22. And here we see Phil Jones draws the contact and can't put it down. He'll be disappointed, but he'll get a chance here to add 2 more to the Breakers total.
Now, you were talking earlier, Hayden, about some of the players on the Breakers team not taking the ball strongly to the hoop. Watch Phil Jones. He's going straight for the hole. Protects the ball well, that's good, and he picks up the foul. Had a good look. He was knocked pretty hard. He's on the free throw line. That wasn't trying to overprotect the ball, expecting to be hit. So it's a 2-point ball game. Could be 1 if he makes this next one.
Another solid start by Phil Jones.
And the commentator's curse is broken.
And Phil Jones has 27 of the Breakers' 70 points.
Fantastic game from Phil Jones, but he's used to doing that. He's really the consummate professional. Rampton, nice little fake, and he goes straight to the hole.
Great rebound, Yona and Osa.
It was a good move by Rampton, strong move to the hole. Shot didn't go down. Winatana can't find a bucket right now. 1-point lead to the Taipans. Arco puts it on the glass and they get the rebound. That's what he was after. Stewart, he misses. Paul Hanani tries to get the rebound. We got referee closed for time. They're wiping moisture off the floor at the other end, so it's a referee's timeout. The ball will go to the Breakers, and Jeff Green trying to settle down Pau to Winatana.
I think Porter, he just needs to take the shot and not think about it. He's sort of jumping and he's not taking the shot at the top of his jump. He's sort of waiting and thinking too much. He just needs to release it. He can make them.
10:52 left to go in the game, and the Breakers trail
Hayden
by
believes.
1.
He's a believer. The Breakers
with
the ball
believe,
down
Bob.
by 1.
Gotta believe.
Well, you have to believe. Well, there's no sense in stepping up and playing the game.
Will the Breakers make believers of us tonight?
Or will they be heartbreakers? He knows so with a big 3.
Now, I remember when I played with Yona Inosa in the NBL final down in Christchurch, and he did that exact thing. He was stepping out, hitting jump shots all night. He was the MVP of the NBL finals.
Rameau is called for charging Casey Frank. That's the 3rd time he's drawn a charging foul, and Rameau just smiles.
Yeah, for you guys out there watching, watch Casey Frank is stepping into the lane, beating the player to the spot and taking the charge.
Well, his feet looked stationary that time. There was a little horizontal movement on the first 2, but we'll give him that one. Well, the referee certainly did.
He gets there, and the other key to a charge is that he takes a great fall as well.
Okay, here we go.
He does indeed.
You cannot really take an offensive foul unless you hit the deck.
That's right. He was flat on the back on the hardwood. Phil Jones looking inside now for Casey Frank. 73-71. Breakers with a 5-point run. Paulie Hanare a little bit off balance off the glass, and Thomas gets up to get the rebound. Taipans coming back now at the breakers. They want to break this 5-0 run. We got a holding foul called against Yona Inosa, number 55. That's going to be his.
That's going to be his fourth foul,
Fourth
I think,
foul.
Bob.
Holding foul called on number 55, Yona Enosa, his fourth.
Not in the free throw shooting situation right now. Drabeau inbounding the ball to the Taipans. Davidson still on the bench. The little point guard. Arkle doing a good job. They want to save him as long as they can. Another minute or two and Davidson will be back in the game, Hayden.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we'll see him much longer, not on the court.
Nice understanding between Rampton and Stewart, and the offensive board goes to Arkle, resets the shot clock. Breakers have to dig deep, play good defense for 24 more seconds. Drabeau, nice move to the hoop and gets the two, and he knocks the ball out of bounds. Now the referee's going to go and talk to him, or maybe
delay a game on White.
Delay of game.
Delay of game. So if they get caught again, I think that could be a technical foul.
Yes, it will. The warning's been given. Drabeau made a nice move, and then after the ball came through the net, knocked it out of bounds to disrupt the Breakers' potential fast break. It's a nice tactic if you can get away with it. But it was spotted. The warning's been given. There'll be no more of that. 73 all. Scores locked. Inside, Phil Jones.
Point number 29 splits the defense, puts it up softly. Phil's putting on a clinic for everybody tonight.
Phil Jones is in the gold zone, the mental gold zone. Drabeau makes a mistake inside. Casey Frank gives it up to Jones, who launches one.
Oh my goodness!
That was a long-range, heat-seeking missile from Phil Jones. He nets three, 78-73. 5-point run from the Breakers. Ball's on the floor. Rampton's feet. He's sliding.
Lindsay Tate.
Kicked out of bounds by the Taipans, says the referee, and the ball goes over to the Breakers. The crowd erupts. We got a 5-0 run to the Breakers. Here it is on the floor. Lolly scramble. Who gets it? Rampton. And he kicks it.
Great effort. Lindsay Tate on the floor. That's what's going to make the difference in this game, since it's so close, is those hustle plays, Bob.
Well, both teams putting out 110%. The Taipans have won 2, they won 3. The Breakers have lost 2, they desperately need 1. Here we go, 8:25 to play. Take the phone off the hook, you don't want to be interrupted. Turn your cell phone off. Don't leave your tube.
And Davidson's back on the court.
Dennis Semenis wearing number 14.
I think
Bradley's back.
I think he put the D in defense.
Remember, he's the third of the triple T, tenacious. Lindsay Tate weaving his way inside, knocks it out to Casey Frank, who misses the shot. Here comes Timmons. Left-hander pulls up. Yep, they'll set something up. Try to get a good shot. 12 on the shot clock. Timmons fading left. Back to Rampton. Looks for Davidson down the lane. Looking for Rampton. What a great play. Good understanding. And Rampton's foul as he comes into the construction zone.
43. Hit him on the arm for 2.
43, Casey Frank.
That's foul number 5.
It's a big 5 on Casey Frank. He buys a ticket to the bench. He'll cruise the Cowrie for a couple of minutes. Raging Tony Rampton misses the free throw. Remember, he made his last 2 in a row. Bit of ice in the elbow on that one. 78-73. Taipans can't buy a bucket. Rampton steps to the line. A study in concentration.
Yeah, 12.6 rebounds for Tony so far in the game.
Well, the crowd tells you what happened. You probably saw it as well. The score remains 78-73. Breakers have possession, and they're on a 5-0 run.
Unfortunate there. Phil Jones, if they had got the ball to him a little earlier, he was wide open. It's just those little things, those little timing things, which, you know, the Breakers will get better as the season goes on. But here we see Phil Jones from the baseline. Oh my! He is in fuego. Phil Jones is on fire.
Well, he's in the mental goal zone. Not fueled by goal, he's just in that zone. Grabeau finds Davidson, baseline, marked by Lindsay Tate, comes high. He knows he's got to go up and pick him up. Tony Rampton, clutch basket from the big guy.
Yeah, nice little jump shot there on the baseline.
That was a big shot for the Taipans. It broke a drought. It broke the 7-0 run to the Breakers.
Davidson is going to pick up his foul there, and Lindsay Tate, I think, has done a great job. I think he's would have caused 2 or 3 of the fouls that Davidson's picked up in this game.
Well, the coaching staff will know that Lindsay Tate has really put a bit of excitement into Hayden here. Indeed, he's really lit up the Breakers' offense since he's been on the floor. A little more confident taking it to the hoop. Harold Cameron back in the ballgame, makes a move baseline, gives it to Enosa, 2 fades, around, and drops in. That's 2 and the third to come. And the Kia going nuts, absolutely Burko here.
Oh, nice backflip.
I've never seen a Kia do that in the South Island. All it does is strip the rubber off the windshield on your car when you park in the high country. This is one talented Kia. Enosa on the line, 82-75. Long way to go in the ball game, 6.5 minutes. Farrell almost got the steal. Sapwell shaking his left hand there. I think trying to tell the referee that Farrell got hold of a couple of his fingers and bent them back.
Now, Jonas, that's his 13th point for the game, so he's had a much better game than what he did last time, and what the Breakers needed. Oh, great for Phil Jones.
Jones makes the steal. The Breakers in possession now. Lindsay Tate had a good look. It didn't go down.
Right option. He was wide open. You've got to take those. Simmons is very quiet tonight.
Timmons on 11 points. We're calling that a quiet game from him. Now there's some moisture on the floor. You saw Tony Rampton do the splits. Could have been an injury. So the referee calls referee's timeout. And the little guys with the mops come out to clean the kitchen. Philip Jones off balance, going backwards. Quick hands from Jones, and here's a 3-point finish.
And that was deep too.
Well, that's Jones making the steal, catching up with the play to drill the 3.
That was an NBA 3-pointer, that one.
Okay, here we go.
And we saw those quarter totals with the Breakers having 14 points this quarter.
Inside.
And only 4 to the Taipans, so a great quarter.
Very good quarter. High-scoring burst here. Harold Cameron is fouled. He wants a towel. Just clean himself up here before stepping up to the line to shoot the free throws. We've got a timeout taken. 5:51 left in the ball game. The Taipans have to talk things over as they're down by 7. It's an 82-75 sprint to the Breakers.
Oh, I don't know, love. I think he's like his mother.
Maybe not. For 25 years, the Commodore name has won the hearts of drivers. Commodore Series 2. The next generation. That's my boy.
Well, the Kia entertaining us here with this talking about the Taipans probably suffering a little bit second game fatigue late in the fourth period here. Could be a feature down the stretch. 5 minutes, 51 seconds to go.
I think the Breakers just keep doing what they're doing. They're playing good defense. They're securing the rebound. They're not giving up too many offensive rebounds, and they're running.
They are running, and that's compliments, I think, largely due to young Lindsay Tate.
And the other thing, Pero Cameron's on the floor, and although he may not be scoring a lot.
Well, you see Pero striding to the free throw line now. Lindsay Tate is on the bench. He's been replaced by Paul Hanare. Winatana in the game. Enosa, the big man, and Philip Jones, who's got 34 points, according to our statistician. Okay, 83-75 spread. Biggest lead ever, I think, against the Taipans for the Breakers. 8 points. Davidson from the top of the key. Hey, there he is, Dennis Amenis.
Yeah, they just talked about that in the timeout. Not to give up any threes, but the offense on that occasion was much better than the Breakers' defense.
Yep. The little man, tough, testy, tenacious, and terrific. Phil Jones trying to make a move to the hoop. Enosa had the ball in his hands. Jones knocks it out. Ball goes over to the Taipans. Crucial part in the game for both teams. The Taipans must score, and the Breakers have got to keep up their defense.
And Paul Hanare gets called for the foul for basically running completely over Tony Rampton. And that's his third foul.
Well, he saw the pick was set, and he said, well, I'll put a tattoo on the chest of Tony Rampton and just let him know that I'm coming. He did. Rampton won't mind. He's tall, he's tough. And once again, we've got moisture on the floor. That's the reason for the mops out there. Watch the pick. Henry right into Tony Rampton.
Yeah, when a player gets hit like that, takes the fall, a referee's got no option but to call that. Especially when it's so visible right out on top of the court, Bob. There we see the gold zone.
And back to the player zone. Play resumes. Just over 5 minutes to play. Thomas at the top. Guarded by Pero Cameron. Timmons comes off the pick. Manages to get a shot up. Doesn't drop, but the ball goes out of bounds off Pero Cameron. And the Taipans will inbound the ball. They get another possession.
Now let's see what type of out-of-bounds play they have here.
Timmons inbounding the ball, has to throw it high to Tony Rampton. They've got their tall team in. Thomas, Timmons, Rampton. Stewart, the captain, and the mercurial little guard, Brad Davidson. Timmons inbounds it again. Virtually a replay of what we just saw. Rampton has to come high to relieve the pressure.
Yeah, good job on the out-of-bounds play by the Breakers. They were running several players off screens, and there we see Timmons.
Well, they bring Timmons high for the shot. He hasn't been a happy chappy with the ball in his hands. Davidson takes steps, and there was no call. The crowd doesn't like it, and Stewart punishes the Breakers with a two-pointer. It's a two-point ball game. 83-81, 4:25 to play. Anybody's game. Breakers, 8-point lead is gone. Phil Jones gets a push in the back, gives it into Pero Cameron. Pero gets a rebound.
Too big. Gets his own rebound, puts it up. Great move.
Well, Cameron stretches the lead to 4 points. He's got 7 tonight, virtually double his total from last night. Davidson hounded. by Paul Henare. He gets up a good shot. Paul Henare picks up foul number 5, I do believe.
Yeah, I think Paulie's complaining here because you see Davidson here, he wraps his arm and he's pushing off a little bit. Paulie did get him on the arm on the shot, but I think when Davidson spins, he's putting out that other hand that isn't dribbling and pushing the player off.
Al Davidson, a very good free throw shooter, didn't miss last night. We've got him down for 2 out of 2 tonight. Big free throws here. He's sucking a bit of air. He's a bit tired, as are all the Taipans and the Breakers. 2 games in 2 nights, and what physical encounters they've been. Casey Frank back in the ball game for the Breakers. He's on 5 fouls. Davidson nets the first one.
Yeah, he's pretty solid from the free throw line.
Very solid indeed. Well, he cuts the lead now to 2 points, 85-83.
Oh, Davidson's hurting. He's
clutching his groin, something, a pull. Ball's knocked out of bounds by the Taipans, and Phil Jones steps inbound. Dylan Boucher will throw it in. They'd like to get Phil Jones loose for a 3-pointer. There's 12 seconds on the shot clock, plenty of time. Now it's Phil Jones going against Anthony Stewart. Goes right, pulls up, little fake, jump shot. Doesn't go down, but Frank has got the rebound, knocks it out to Phil Jones, spins, dribbles, and they'll set it up. They'll play for time. They'll look for a better shot. Nobody on Boucher. They know he's not a threat from outside. Now he's got to take it.
Ooh. Would have been great if Dylan could have knocked that one down.
Haven't the Taipans scouted the Breakers well, though? They know what everybody eats for breakfast, what their preference is for lunch, and where they like shooting best.
Yeah, good call, Bob. They've really done their homework. They're leaving Dylan wide open, and you know, I think in this league, if this continues to happen, Dylan's got to have to step up and knock down some shots.
Well, you have to. That's sort of in your face. I'm going to leave you alone, and you prove to me that you deserve a bit of defense. Timmons, who has not been happy shooting tonight, 4 of 12 from the field, misses the first free throw, 0 of 1 from the charity stripe. 1 of 2, so the Breakers escaped there. Only partially wounded there. 3 minutes exactly to play. Henry trying to get inside. No opening. Now from the baseline. Weak side rebound goes to Thomas, and immediately he's double teamed, and he steps out of bounds. A push from behind that wasn't called, and Thomas can't believe it.
Good pressure from the Breakers. Timeout. Timeout, Breakers.
Breakers with 2 minutes, 44 seconds left in the third encounter between these 2 teams have called a timeout. They lead by 1, 85-84.
Down to offensive. It's going to come down to offensive execution. You know, their defense is solid. What plays are they going to run to win this game for them?
You go on ball screen, either or. We can go Jones. Yes, you'll go Jones.
Hey,
I got Jones in your belt.
Yeah.
Push the ball back to the middle on the end down.
I like the composure of the coach, Guy Malloy, for the Taipans. Calm, composed, collected, talking sense.
Yeah. And you heard in the timeout there, Timmons wants Jones. He wants to be responsible for stopping Jones, and they went toe-to-toe earlier in the game, and maybe Timmons thinks my offense isn't contributing. Let's see if I can do something on the defensive end.
Breakers inbounding the ball. Remember, they got 5 seconds to get it up. Casey Frank.
Casey Frank pulls it out of the hat. for two and a chance to add one more.
Pennies from heaven, a $2 piece from heaven. The two goes in, he's on the line, a chance to convert a three-point play. He had one earlier in the game. Big shot now coming up for Casey Frank. All the pressure on the Breakers. Can they grow? Can they take that big step in this game, the third encounter against the Cairns Taipans? Now we're just waiting for a substitution to come in. Harold Cameron is going to replace Paolo Winatana. Winatana's played well. He started the game. But when the money's on the line, you'd like to see Harold Cameron in there, and he is. Now Casey Frank with the free throw. He's got it.
Knocks it down.
That was a massive three-point play, giving them the 4-point lead, 88-84. Timmons, marked by Cameron, comes baseline. One big step. Oh,
nice
slow
floater.
motion.
Yeah, nice floater into the lane.
That was just grace. The ballet of NBL basketball. The floating one-hander by Timmons. 2-point lead, 2:15 to play. Pressure on the Breakers offensively now. Phil Jones almost loses the ball. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Jones puts it up. Good defense from the captain, Stewart. Forced almost a turnover and caused Phil Jones to put up a hope shot. Oof.
Yeah, well, there's one possession.
Very big play. Anthony Stewart, you've done it. 2-point lead, Davidson. Tony Rampton, David Cooper has hardly played. Rampton has gone all the way. A steal from the Breakers. Lindsay Tate in the game. Gets a pass ahead.
Lovely pass by Lindsay Tate. Tipped it with the one hand to Phil Jones, who's going to get fouled and go to the line.
Foul's called at number 23, Anthony Stewart. That's his score.
Well, a big play from the Breakers. Could be a game breaker here. The steal comes right there. Almost stolen back by Davidson. Who else? Gets it ahead. Jones tried to put a fake. Rampton got a hand on it and commits a foul. And Jones, with 2 crucial free throws, knocks down the first one. And the commentator's curse is broken. Thank goodness.
Yeah, great pass by Lindsay Tate there with the left hand. Pushed by Sandell.
4-point lead, 1 minute, 35 seconds to go. Davidson finds Thomas. Trying to make a move, comes baseline. Oh, what a great move to the hoop, and he gets one off the glass. Rampton almost dives on him to congratulate him, and Harold Cameron is called for the foul, I believe. No, it was Enosa who came over.
And that'll be it for Yono Enosa. That'll be his 6th foul.
Yes, 6 fouls. Enosa's going to be out of the game.
And he's going to have to go and ride the pine there, Bob. Oh, no, is that only his 5th foul?
Well, I guess our statistician had a mistake there. Brad Williams checking into the game now. Coming in for Casey Frank. Well, Williams has been on the bench for a long time. It's a crucial time into the ball game. 1 minute, 23 seconds. Interesting substitution, to say the least.
Yeah, Casey Frank has done a great game on defense, and he's actually going to come back into the game, so maybe he's been given a message.
Probably come in for Enosa. Free throw was made. It's a 1-point ball game. That 3-point play from Thomas wasn't magic, but it was certainly a professional 3-pointer. Great play. And Brad Williams, the man who's just come off the bench, little misunderstanding between himself and Enosa, throws it out of bounds. The Breakers lose possession without getting up a shot. 1 minute, 9 seconds to go. Breakers by 1, but possession with the Taipans. Williams comes high on Timmins. Timmins gives it off to Thomas, who pulls up with the knuckle. He knows the ball's on the floor. This shot goes the Breakers' way. 45 seconds. Breakers, 1 point lead.
Yeah, they've got to score here. Let's see what play they're running. You've got Phil running the baseline. Comes out high. He's wide open.
Phil Jones felt gold, but the shot doesn't drop. Thomas is blocked by Brad Williams. And Thomas now on the line. He's got to shoot a couple of free throws. Maybe not a bad thing to do. Whatever happens, the time isn't running away, and Thomas might miss 1 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
They're getting to make 2.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of the foul was committed. He wasn't going to the hoop. There wasn't any chance of him scoring. So stopping the clock and giving him a chance to score probably isn't the best case scenario for the Breakers at this stage of the game.
Well, what's done is done. Thomas wiping himself down. Jeff Green rehydrating. Here he is, Melvin Thomas, one of the veterans in the NBL. He's played over 300 games.
And Casey Frank back in the game now for Brad Williams. It's all tied up.
30.2 seconds to go. Game's tied. Possession should go the Breakers' way. Well, he made 2. Great free throw shooting from Thomas. Lindsey Tate calls timeout. Looking at the bench, signals time, so it's 27 seconds left in the ball game. The Breakers need to talk things over. They're down by 1, 90-91.
It's going to come down to this play. It's a have-to score.
They have to score. If they can use up, say, 19 or 20 of these 21 seconds and score the bucket, it really puts the pressure on the Taipans. But the Taipans are going to get the last look, barring some unforeseens. And Anthony Stewart, you see there, he looks tired. A tough road trip. This is the team that's been in the league much, much longer. They're used to these clutch situations. And the Breakers played well to come this far. Offensively, been much more consistent tonight. Down by 1 with possession.
Okay, Bob, who's going to take the shot for the Breakers?
Well, they're going to pass it around. They're certainly going to try to get it into the hands of Phil Jones or Peril Cameron if they can. Either one of those 2 players are the go-to, the money men. Phil Jones sitting on 38 points. Cameron only on 7. But, hey, down the stretch, you want the ball in his hands. Now into the game comes number 22. Aaron Olson, another shooting guard. So the Breakers are figuring they're not going to be able to go inside. They want a shot from outside. Lindsey Tate brings it up against Davidson. Watch out for Davidson, the thief. Phil Jones trying to get free. 12 seconds on the shot clock.
10. Oh, Phil's free.
He gets free.
Oh, my goodness. In the face of Tony Reardon, Brad Thomas puts it down.
They've given him 2.
Given him 2. Lovely shot, Phil Jones.
Knocks down a 2-pointer. Now there's 9 seconds to play. That's a lot of time in a basketball game. It was great the Breakers scored, but the Taipans had possession with 9.6 seconds to play in a ball game.
Yeah.
Plenty of time, Hayden.
Yeah, the Breakers just want to play solid defense, not foul at all. And the crowd erupts in a defensive charge.
Don't blink.
This is great.
Here we go. 7, 6. Davidson knocks it out. Stewart from the corner. He knows that. Big rebound one. And he's fouled. Time expires. I think that's going to be it. There's no time showing on the clock. We'll just have to wait a minute. Have the referee signal game over.
All they had to do was outscore them in that quarter by 3 points, and they did.
That's it. That's the ball game. No 2 free throws are going to come. Alan Gooden, the referee, has walked to the other end of the floor, and I think Inosa is going to get 2 free throws. They're called right at the end of the play, but that's going to be it. There will be no more play after that, but Yona Inosa will have the last act in a 3-act play here as he steps to the line to shoot 2 free throws. He was fouled just before time expired. The Breakers get their 2nd win of the season. So we'll just watch the last 2 acts of the game. Inosa, doesn't matter, misses the first. 1 to come, and then we'll go down. Brendan Poggia will be talking with the game's leading scorer, 38-pointer from Phil Jones. He makes it. It's a 2-point win to the Breakers, 93-91. Here's Phil Jones.
Thanks for your fantastic support this evening.
Jonesy, how does that feel? 38 points, mate. Great win.
Great win. You know, on fire tonight, enjoying it, loving it, but the other guys stepped up. We played hard, played great D, rebounded hard, made free throws, and we come out with a win. So
yeah, it took a while with the Breakers. Last night the same thing happened. There was like 6 points, 7 points, couldn't break into their lead. We got ahead of them, nothing was great.
Yeah, well, finally we got in front, and you know, we tried to build on our lead, and we did that. They came back at us. We played some more good D, and we managed to hang on.
And I heard you were shooting earlier on today.
Yeah, I came in a little bit earlier, sneaked in. No one knew, so I had a good time. So yeah, it's good.
Good start now. You got another few more home games. Look forward to West Sydney next game.
Yeah, we got I think another 4 more to go. Just like big thanks to the people that showed up tonight. It was fantastic, and I hope a few more come next time we play.
Great job, Jones, and great game.
Cheers, Bob.
Phil Jones picking up 38 of the Breakers, 93 points tonight. They have broken the losing streak. They have beaten the Taipans 93-91. Thanks very much for watching. We will catch you at the next Breakers home game. Meet the man who runs the NBL. How did the Breakers go in their first doubleheader? Wellington's version of the Gold Zone. The best plays of the week. Learn how to steal with the Prince of Thieves. And the winningest coach in the NBL.
They'll be working hard inside. Now Boucher makes a steal. It's one-on-one, a foot race. He'll go straight to the hoop, and he puts the left-hander up. Timmons double pumps it, puts it in, and he's going to be fouled by number 32, Paul Henry. Henry finds Aaron Olsen, who knocks it down with 2 seconds to go.
Opportunity from the Breakers, and let's hope we see more of that as the game continues. Great pass, Dylan Boucher.
Timmons.
Lovely.
Shakes Boucher and puts up the 3 and knocks it down.
There we see Terry Cameron for 3. That's good. Yeah,
Inosa.
Down the lane, President.
Inosa on the baseline gives it back to Olsen. He's yet to hit a 3. There it is. First one. 1-5 on the season, trying to break a 5-game losing streak. Hey, Jonesy! Casey Frank gives it to Jones from 3-point land. He doesn't make it. Casey Frank. Beautiful. Phil Jones from the 3-point land. He's got it. They knock that shot down. Aaron Greveau makes a clutch basket to push the lead to 12 points. 119. left in the ball game from Stewart. We get an amazing 5.5-pointer. But sadly, the Breakers' losing streak extends to 6 games. They lose for the second time this year to the Cairns Taipans, 81-68. Stewart from a long way out. Whoa, 3-0 Taipans.
Here we see Phil Jones.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there we see the Taipans again running the triangle offense, and Phil Jones comes up with a block and
get it again, and Henry lights it up. Makes the Taipans just shift things around a bit. Stewart takes a long three, and he's got it. Nice shooting from outside. Truslov, weak side rebound. Perro's got another opportunity. Stewart goes all the way on the baseline. He gets knocked by Perro. Cameron puts up the shot and drops in. Lady Luck. 2 points each in this quarter. Timmons almost fading out of bounds. What a shot. Davidson comes high and drops a 3. That's the veteran saying to the rookie, welcome. Tate inside, gets it off to Williams. Steal, Lindsay Tate, foot raise.
it's getting pretty physical out there, Bob. Both teams don't want to give up anything, and nice move, Lindsay Tate.
Casey Frank, straight to the hoop. That's good heads-up basketball. Pounds it inside. He knows gets a little feed from Lindsay Tate, who's creating havoc in there for the Taipans. Phil Jones.
Phil Jones for 3.
Jones. Trying to draw Davidson takes it underneath, kicks it outside. Sapwell into the construction zone. Knocks it out to Timmons. He's got 3. 73 all. Scores locked. Inside, Phil Jones. Grabeau makes a mistake inside. Casey Frank gives it up to Jones, who launches one. Trying to make a move, comes baseline. Oh, what a great move to the hoop, and he gets one off the glass. 12 seconds on the shot clock.
10. Oh, Phil's free.
He gets free. Knocks it down. Here we go. 7, 6. Davidson knocks it out. Stewart from the corner. He knows it. And he's fouled. Time expires. I think that's going to be all. There's no time showing on the clock. He makes it. It's a 2-point win to the Breakers. 93-91.
The Hunter Pirates picked up their first win of the season over the Adelaide 36ers. The Pirates then lost to the Tigers and Adelaide went down to Perth. The Crocodiles whipped the Giants but then went down to the Kings. The Giants continue their poor run of form, losing to the Bullets. This leaves the Kings at the top of the table, the Hawks 1 game behind. The Tigers and Bullets make up the top 4. The Perth Wildcats move into the top 8 with the Taipans, Razorbacks and Giants. They may be from Dad's army, but the Tigers' Leonard Copeland and Andrew Gaze led the scoring charts. Watch out for the Bullets' Kevin Freeman and Stephen Black when they come to town. Marcus Timmons from the Taipans moved up to 153 points, and Tony Rollinson from Perth moves into contention.
At the Breakers North Shore base, the Gold Zone has become a home for the fans who want to make some noise. On Friday night, it was Wellingtonians' turn to see if they could pump up the volume. The Queens Wharf
Croswell can have the last play with Adam Ballinger for the zone.
Last week's winning play was the dunk by Adam Ballinger of the Victoria Giants. Congratulations to Simon Jackson of Christchurch. Hopefully we'll see you on Wednesday. Now for this week's selection. Number 1, Phil Jones with the pull-up three-pointer.
Makes a mistake inside. Casey Frank gives it up to Jones, who launches
Dylan Boucher, pick in your pocket again at 2.
It's one-on-one, a foot race. He'll go straight to the hoop, but he puts the left-hander up.
Number 3, Casey Frank goes straight to the hoop.
Good heads-up basketball.
At 4, Brad Williams, catch that pass.
The breakers, and let's hope we see more of that as the game continues.
And at 5, Phil Jones with some sweet shooting.
He gets free. Knocks it.
So at 1 we had Phil Jones, Dylan Boucher at 2, Casey Frank at 3, Brad Williams at 4 with that great catch, and Phil Jones with some sweet shooting at 5. The way you go about entering is simply you grab your mobile phone, you text your pick to 8688. For example, you might want to pick 3, Casey Frank, and you're in to win a basketball and a shirt courtesy of Export Gold, and every entry goes into the draw to win 3 tickets to a game in the NBL Finals. All right, before we start, I've got to put in this little disclaimer. Courtside does not condone any criminal activity, but today we're going to focus on stealing. I'm going to teach you exactly how to do it with the king of receiving stolen goods. Yes, it's Dylan Boucher and my tutor Brendan Pongia. Dylan.
Oh yeah.
Good. Against the 36ers, 8 steals.
Right.
Today I want you to teach us how to do it and teach us the ins and outs of getting the ball off the opposition.
Pretty simple. The main thing about stealing a ball is just get away with as much as you can without the referee knowing.
Oh really?
In all seriousness, yep. If you can get it on the blind side where the referee can't see you, then that's even better. If you're holding the ball and the referee's behind you, I can grab your hand and knock the ball out of it just like that. Didn't even touch the ball, and the ball would have gone off to someone else, they would have picked it up and gone down the court. Okay, the other thing you can do is if you hit down, the referee's generally going to call a foul, because if they hear anything is slapping of the hand, they're going to call a foul. So what you do is you hit up. Okay, you hit up, because everyone's always got their thumbs over the ball. Okay, so then if you hit up, it's going to pop straight up through there, and the referee generally, even if you hit the hands, isn't going to call a foul. That's the main tip. So the main thing you focus on is the referee. Where is the referee at the time?
I've got one question, Darcy. Do you actually pay the referee before you go out there?
Well, if it worked, I would do it, but no, it doesn't work, so why do it?
Now, obviously, you're a 3-man, so you guard probably the small forwards.
Yep.
Every now and then they have you on a guard. Is that tougher for you to defend as a bigger player?
Yeah, I think so, because the guards are always quicker. You know, when you're on a forward, you've always got foot speed on them.
Now Boucher makes a steal. It's one-on-one, a foot race. He'll go straight to the hoop, but he puts the left-hander up.
So with a guard, basically a lot of it comes down to knowing how they play the game. Do they prefer dribbling with their left hand? Do they prefer dribbling with their right hand? If they prefer dribbling with their left, then obviously you're going to force them right, and you get them on their weak hand and then attack them.
Well, we've got Courtside's ultimate point guard.
That's me.
And he can handle the ball pretty much with both hands.
Really?
Yeah, he can do everything. Yeah. I want you to defend him. I want you to show the people at home what you'd do if you were defending Courtside's point guard, Dennis Katsanos.
All right. Okay, we'll start out up here then.
So everything you just said, let's break it down.
So we'll start up here. So basically what you do is you check the ball, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
You sure? You're not ready. Okay? Otherwise you would have caught it. Okay? You ready? You sure you're ready?
Yeah.
Got it? Okay, so first thing you do is if you can dribble with his left, okay, you're going to force him the other way to go with his right.
So you want me
that way? As soon as he goes with his right, you come in, just keep trying to steal it. Okay, you can see when you've got a little guy like this, you can start manhandling them a bit. So the referee can't see my right hand here. All you can do is just use your right hand, just pull them all out of the way a bit. The referee won't be able to see that at all.
Are you for real? You do that
for real,
game?
For real.
Yeah?
And the other thing you do is if you start pushing them around, they're going to want to push you back, and eventually you just take your weight away and then just come in and steal it. Okay, so again, muscle, muscle, muscle. Okay, just take it. So it's all about being cunning. You find their weaknesses.
Yeah.
Obviously here we've got a weight advantage with me, so I'm going to play him a lot more physical. If he's a lot stronger than me, I'm going to stay off, wait for him to make a move. Generally, for me, it's easier because if the guys are bigger than me, usually I'm quicker. If the guys smaller than me, usually they're quicker. So if you're smaller and quicker than me, then I'm going to be physical, so you can't take off anywhere.
Well, I'm just a little bit bigger than him. I'm not much bigger than him. I'm going to play on the post as if you were guarding a bigger guy.
Okay.
And just imagine me to be 6'9" and 130 kg.
Okay.
Cameron.
Yep.
And
all right. Head down to the post.
Okay.
I'll leave you boys to it.
Okay, so first thing what I do in the post, if Brendan's a big guy, okay, I'll be staying off him, keeping my distance. So he's going to want to initiate contact with me. As soon as he makes the contact, I'm going to get off, and then I'm going to come around and steal it. Okay, if Brennan was a smaller guy, I'm going to be muscling him up, pushing him out of the post, and he's going to want to make a move. As soon as he makes a move, then you come in and steal. Okay. So again, if it's a big guy, they want to nail me. They're sick of me taking it off them. So just keep getting off, and then eventually come and steal, go around down the court. Occasionally, you'll wait for them to pick it up to make a move. So Brennan's made a move. As soon as he picks the ball up, that's when you attack the ball. So I'm off. If I get in close, if I'm going to reach in, it's probably going to be a foul because there's a lot of body. So the important is get off and then hit the ball.
Okay, Dylan, now, obviously with a lot of bigger guys and smaller guys, what is it when you're defending someone before a game? Do you find out what their strengths and weaknesses are?
Yeah, we go pretty intense in our scouting reports. So basically, before I step on the court, I know what the guys I'm doing that can do on the floor. So if they're good shooters, I'm not going to leave them open. I'm going to make sure as soon as they catch a ball, I'm in their job. And basically, if a guy can't shoot and he can drive, I'm going to fake like I'm going to get on him. As soon as he drives, I'm going to try and read where he's going and steal the ball.
Okay, so let's say I'm not a shooter.
Okay, if Brendan wasn't a shooter, as soon as he'd catch it, so the ball's been skipped out, I would come up like I'm going to shoot it, and it's just, I'd be this far away. And as soon as he goes, then I'd be going for a steal. If he was a shooter, as the ball would be coming over, I'd be right in him here, okay, where he can't go anywhere. There's a big difference. Again, if he can't shoot, I'm probably going to close out about here, and as soon as he goes to drive, I'm in there for the steal. It's pretty straightforward, and it's the most important thing for me as a defensive player is knowing the opponent that I'm guarding. And that's so hard now we're in the Australian League where everyone's new to me. I basically go off what the coaches tell me. So they watch video, they scout it, and they say this guy can do this and he can do this. And I go out there and try and stop him doing what he likes to do.
Anticipation is obviously huge.
Huge part of the game. If I know you like to dribble right, there's a good chance I'm going to close out on you, you're going to go right. So as soon as I close out, I know you're going right, so I read it before you read it. As soon as you go right, I cut in front of you and steal the ball.
Yeah. All right.
Cameron was selected after making the all-star starting five at last year's World Champs in the United States. And Hastings rider Jeremy Yates has all but ridden away with the Tour of Southland. With just 2 stages left, the under-23